Late in the year of 2024, a large amount of information about the CRISPR technology was released. Now, normally this wouldn't be so much of an issue, as those who had developed the information had decided, we'll just say it will help you out in 10 to 20 years, and by then the collective consciousness will have forgotten about it. Well, they underestimated the ingenuity of the general public. Those that could understand the technology began to build devices inside their homes, and then began to either fix themselves, as the technology had the ability to do so, or to modify themselves, make them bigger, stronger, or leaner, or whatever it might be. It wasn't long before the whole idea of medical treatment had changed, and soon large buildings had been commissioned by the super rich who wanted to stay ahead of everything and allowed people to modify themselves or get themselves fixed from any disease or any type of debilitating disorder they might have. This is where we start. I remember watching the entire thing. I've seen many people go in and come out 10 years younger. They don't have back problems anymore. I've seen women go in who are 40 years old, flattered on a pancake, come out 20 years old and voluptuous as anything. However, it comes at a price, of course, namely money. I lucked out in this because the VA covers me. Most of it, of course. I just still had to save up a bit to cover the rest of the cost. However, as long as it's going to be covered, I'd rather get 2 good working knees and 2 good working shoulders and everything else. Of course, it would be nice to have a back that functions correct again. As we're being bussed in, everyone is talking about all the different things that's going to happen. Only about 10% actually needed something fixed. All the rest were trying to modify themselves for different things. There was even one who was getting himself changed into, oh God, he was going to be part fox. And all I could think of was why. I didn't want to talk to this guy. So, as we got to the facility, there was another day full of filling out different forms. Of course, I had to read every single one because I don't read, or I don't sign anything I don't read. I mean, what idiot would? And then it was time to get our final confirmations and then off to the pod room. After we all agreed, no one left. We were told that before we entered the pod room, we had to disrobe. There was, of course, some apprehension to that, since nobody had thought about this, except for the one who kept telling us that yes, you would have to. We thought he was joking. However, many people were hesitant to remove their clothing beforehand, but you can't wear clothes in the pod. It just confuses the AI. After a little convincing, the last of everyone was disrobed, given the number of their pod, and led to their location. Each one of us walked up, signed into the console next to our pod, using not only our iris scan, but our handprint and then thumbprint. And then it took a small pinch of DNA to make sure it was us. They could not have any confusion. Climbing into the pod, I was more than a little worried, although just a little cold. They could have at least turned the temperature up. Laying in the pod, it was sat at a 45-degree angle with a strange metal and glass covering over it. I looked up and thought, that looks a lot like a canopy from a fighter jet. That's strange. And as I got in, I noticed that the canopy wasn't shutting. And then we were told they all shut at once. This confused me because we would be coming out at different times. Maybe this was just some weird thing they did. Then finally they got the last person in and the canopy shut. It sounded just like it does on those aircraft as it lowered. As the pressure stabilized inside, I kind of felt my ears pop. So I made sure my ears were popped and lowered my hands. I figured there was some sort of gas, as I knew I was starting to get kind of drowsy. I was already tired, but I was getting more and more drowsy. I could feel the fluid, the liquid oxygen, along with a mix of other chemicals coming up from my feet, filling this pod. I knew I'd probably be knocked out before the chemicals got to my face, so I tried my best to let sleep take me. Kind of hard to do that when your heart's beating so fast. But then, it was almost like somebody was turning off the dimmer switch very quickly, and the light slowly faded. I awoke to the feeling of the fluid flowing away from me, like somebody had just pulled the drain and it was all going down. It was a very odd experience, that warm liquid going away from me, and all I could think of is warm liquid. Ugh. As I slowly began to shake the sleep out of my eyes. But then I realized I couldn't barely breathe. I couldn't open my eyes. Raising my hands up, I realized I was covered in this odd slime. Reaching up to my face, I wiped it away from my mouth and took a deep breath as I heard the pod pop open, and then reached up to my eyes, feeling the sludge in between my fingers as I pressed hard to push the slime away from my eyes so I could open it up. Just barely able to see anything through all this sludge. Spitting and coughing slightly, I could see the pod opening more and more. The light had already come on as I was trying to shake off the sleep. Attempting to raise myself up, I have a hard time getting a grip as this slime is still all over my hands and I can't quite lift myself. Leaning forward, I'm able to get some of it to start oozing down the rest of my body, and yet there's still so much more of it left. I look around, and to my surprise, the main lights are not on, but the emergency lights are. This is odd. I know I should be one of the first ones to wake up, but what the hell is going on? And why am I covered in this gunk? I was never told about this in any of the briefings. As I begin to pull myself up and try to scrape more and more of this junk off, I raise my hands up and run it through my hair, and all that slime just goes down the back and lands on the pod, almost sounding like a wet shit falling on the floor. I would have laughed if it wasn't for the fact this whole situation was just wrong. Looking around, I can see some of the pods were open, but only a few. Trails of that green and blue slime headed towards the door from whichever pod they came from. As I walked over, I could see that there were others beneath me that must have woken up before me. However, I also saw a body. Still slightly delirious, I made my way down to it as fast as possible. I grabbed it and flipped it over. I jumped back in surprise as I realized this thing did not look human. What the fuck is this? I screamed, and looked around more and more to see if there was anything else. Realizing I was bare-ass covered in sludge, I decided to walk and follow the trail of slime out the door, scraping all that junk off as I went. Right outside the door, the old trails of slime, most of it had dried up, and it all went in different directions. I stopped for a moment and looked, and realized that these were not footprints that I see. Not all of them, anyway. I used to track deer and coyotes and turkey all the time. These were not human footprints. And some were, but they seemed... Well, one looked like it was at a run. Another looked like... That was strange. It almost in a serpentine formation as it went down. But that went a totally different direction. I looked to the left and right, and yes, that's all I saw was dried slime. Confused, I went back inside and looked around and counted up the pods that were still there. that were open. Out of the 300 that were there, 16 pods had been opened, to include myself. The rest, only about 2/3 of those remains still had power going to their consoles. I walked over to one of the consoles that didn't have any power and I tried to activate it. I looked over and it was completely done. Looking inside, I could see that whoever, or in this case, whatever was inside, had died a long time ago. I lowered my head for a moment and then raised it back up, realizing that I am still naked, covered in slime, and I don't know what the hell's going on. So I left the area and I tried to remember which way we went when we first got here. To the briefing room would be the most likely place to be. Or, wait, no, the lockers. That's right, the lockers. The lockers had showers. I can get this junk off me. Now, which way were they? To the right. I turn and I move at a brisk pace down to the lockers, my muscles screaming at me as though they have atrophied a bit, my joints popping only slightly now that they have been able to move a little bit. I find the locker room. I find the old trails of slime, and they go into the lockers. As I go to turn the shower on, I receive an unpleasant surprise. The only thing that comes out of them is a trickle of brown liquid. It looks like rust. What the hell is going on? I go and find the locker that is assigned to me, my name still tacked up on the side. I remember the combination. I kept saying it to myself before I went into sleep. Opening up, I found the towel I was going to use to hose myself off, and I began to get that junk off of me as best I could. Eventually, throwing the towel to the side as it was soaked with that goop, but I was cleared of most of it. Reaching in, I grabbed my clothes, and that's when I first realized something was wrong with my hands. This is the first time I stopped and got a good look. Something was off. Starting to freak out, I ran over to where the sinks were, sliding as there was still more goop on the floor. I slipped around the corner and then fell right next to the sinks. Under the flickering light of the sinks, I saw myself. Or I didn't know if that was me. I looked into the eyes of something that was blue. No kidding. Light, just darker than infantry or baby blue. My skin, what was this? What was this? My hair? It was like a white silver. This is not my face. This can't be my face. I reached up towards the mirror. I saw my hand. I realized it was blue too. I reached up and touched my face, and the reflection did the same. What am I? Beginning to lose my ability to speak, my ability to stand. I dropped back onto my knees and barely could see my face in the mirror over the sink. I looked, and then I looked down to my body, my finally cleaned off body for the first time. What am I? Seriously, what the fuck am I? How? This was just supposed to fix my knees and my back and what the... At that point, I must have blacked out because I opened my eyes staring up at the bathroom ceiling. I looked around and there wasn't anything there. So I got up, saw my own reflection in the mirror, and it still took me by surprise. I thought someone else was staring back at me, and I had to grip onto the side of the sink again. It was everything I could do at that point not to retch all over the place, and yet I had simply started to come to terms with this reality. The machine had done something to me. I have no idea what, but I guess they can fix it, can't they? Going back to the locker, I start putting on my clothes. Most of them don't fit. I'm kind of leaner in some areas and bigger in others. What the hell is wrong with this picture? This is not right. What is wrong with me? What am I? And then I realized something. Wait a minute. I ran back to the mirror and I looked. Something I hadn't noticed before. There might be. And I put my hands on my head. Do I have horns? Oh, thank God. No, I don't. That's just the way the hair was. Oh, gross. More goop. Ugh. Going back, I grabbed what clothes I could. Thankfully, my shoes kind of fit. They were a little big on me now. It was hard to get the pants buttoned, and the shirt was almost too big, draping down my body, yet it was tight. That was weird. Thankfully, I had myself a hooded sweatshirt, and you really can't go wrong with that. Yet, this thing looks like it's seen better days. The hell? I just bought this thing, I remember thinking. After being dressed, I went back to the room I had started from, back to the pods. And I looked around, and I finally got the courage to go to that thing I had rolled over before. And I got a good look at it. This thing was of a humanoid shape, but it was like a fish. It was aquatic. I looked, and the hands, one of them was still latched to the side of the neck. I looked to the other side, and sure enough, there was gills. It was clear this thing had choked to death. But wait, if the machines did this to me, turned me into this blue freak, and they turned this thing into some sort of an amphibian or fish, what the hell else was around here? It was strange. I spent the next hour or so going down each of the catwalks looking at what might be inside the pods. It was pretty much impossible to tell, as every single one was covered in that pink and purple blue goo that was just all over the place. However, some of the figures were clearly not human. What the fuck? I kept saying as I went to each one. I looked to a few to see what the timer was, and I looked to see how long it would be until they would burst out. To my surprise, it would only be another 2 days before the next few were going to start opening up. I guess I should stick around, but then again, I'm not sure if I want to. What is going on? I decided since, I can't stay here the whole time, and I'm starting to get hungry. I better find a cafeteria or something. Walking out, I remembered that the cafeteria we passed on the way in was in the other direction, so I turned left this time and followed the slime that looked like it moved in a serpentine trail, like something was dragged left to right constantly. What the hell did this? I said to myself as I moved down the perfectly quiet hallway. I tried to move as lightly as possible. However, I found out that I didn't need to move as gingerly as I thought. I didn't seem to have as much mass on me as before. I wasn't shorter. That was for certain. Or else the pants would have been underneath my ankles. If anything, I was a little taller. Maybe even just slightly. But still moving around, I finally found the cafeteria, but unfortunately, everything was rotten. Everything I found was either picked clean or completely rotted. And when I opened the freezer to see what was inside, I nearly puked my guts out then and there from the stench that came out. But then I took a second look and I saw that there was something else inside. That something else was almost enough to haunt my dreams. There was a snake. A huge snake. I could just see its tail when I opened everything up. Just barely. But I wanted to get a good look, so when I closed the door, I tried to wipe away the edge of the window. The hell is going on in there? How did we get a snake in here? Is all I could think. And I look closer. Wait a minute. I see an arm in there. Is it swallowing someone? Oh, that's a harsh way to go. That's horrible. That's not moving. Neither of them are moving. What is going on? As I watched for a long time, I lost track of time as I watched. And I could see that possibly one of them was breathing. But I couldn't see which one because of the boxes that were in the way. So I decided to press my luck just a little bit. And I opened the door. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and I moved in, thinking, well, if this thing lunges at me, at least I can shove this butcher knife down its throat. And I moved slowly towards it, as softly as I could, avoiding any type of vibration, because I know any type of movement, any type of vibration can set a snake into alert mode. I walked a long way around, pieing around the corner so I could see the snake's head and possibly see the person too. And I had to freeze where I was. That wasn't a snake. That wasn't a person. What I saw was a female form, naked all the way down until it got to its hips. About mid-hips, the legs had seized together and come together as a long tail. What? Is all I could think to myself. How? What? Huh? I tried not to make any noise. I didn't even want to touch it. But the protector instinct of me wanted to get closer. It was a woman that was possibly still alive, and I needed to protect her. Slowly I moved forward. I got on the other side of the shelf from where she was lying. Silently, I moved a few boxes out of the way. Then I reached forward, and with my fingers I pressed slightly on the left side of her neck. Nothing. I moved my fingers a little bit. Nothing. I once again checked just a little bit below the jaw. Nothing. This thing was dead. I don't know how, but it was dead. I walked around, still clutching the knife in my hand just in case this thing decided to jump scare me. And I walked up from its head and stood over it, and I looked down at the face. I pulled back the eyelids to see if there was any possible response. The eyes were solid black, just like a snake, but still in a human head. This made me jump as I realized, oh crap, she might be playing possum. I got the knife in position to stab it forward just in case she decided to jump at me. But nothing. I moved up more. I didn't see any battle scars. There was no weapons penetrating it. How did this thing just die like that? I looked, and there were several boxes of food in there that were probably bad by the time it got there. And then it hit me. Something like this would have been unbelievably hungry. They would have needed to eat, and they would have put caution to the wind as they filled their belly. With a rotten food like this, oh, I'm sure they died in a considerable amount of pain. I reached forward, and with one hand I closed her eyes. You didn't deserve this, I said, as I backed away and left her there. After leaving the freezer, I closed the door and made it a makeshift crypt for her. Looking around, I still didn't find anything. The vending machines had already been broken open, all the chips and everything else taken. I did find one random can of soda which I popped open, tried to drink it, and immediately hacked it up and puked my brains out. Whatever I was now could not drink this, ugh. Oh, God, even thinking of it again makes me want to vomit. Searching around for any type of food, I finally was able to find a storage locker with some of the old clothes from the employees. I started searching the pockets, and I lucked out, and I found one of them old Cliff Bars. This'll have to do for now. And I wolfed it down as fast as I could. Thankfully, this one didn't have any ill effects. However, I had to find some water, and quick. It didn't matter if I was human or not. I needed water, and I needed it fast. Searching everywhere I could, I only found water in one place, and I was not looking forward to it. Inside one of the janitor's closet was an old-fashioned toilet. So I opened up the back reservoir. The water was stale and looked like it was contaminated with rust, but at this point, I needed the water more than I needed to be safe. Reaching in, grabbing a handful, I pulled it out. Not seeing any type of particulates in it, I started to drink. I must have drank 10, 12, 15 handfuls before I was satiated enough. And then I heard something. There was something else moving in this facility. Reaching for the knife, I fell back on my old training, and I reversed the blade so that I could punch, slash, and stab depending on which way I moved my hand. Looking out, I could hear something was moving around. What was it? Something was here. Something might be dying soon. Moving out as quietly as I could, I headed back towards the hallway and looked out into the hallway, one side, then the other. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything else. And then, what was that? Further down the hall, one of the offices. I moved down past the wall, being very careful not to make any noise. But I could hear something rumbling through a desk drawer. It sounded like a drawer was being opened and emptied on the floor. That was a pretty obvious sound. I got close, very close. And I realized I couldn't just stick my head in. And then I realized the knife. Moving the knife over and trying to use the edge as a mirror. It worked. There was something in there. Something. What the hell is that? It looked like it was reaching in, grabbing the drawers, and then just dumping them on the floor, then throwing them off to the side. What was it looking for? What was going on? Before I knew it, I realized the thing might have heard me as it stopped moving and looked towards me. I slowly retracted the blade. I hoped it didn't see the reflection. At the first motion, something came outside. I lunged forward as fast as I can, grabbing a hold of it right where the neck would be, throwing it to the ground, and putting my knife right up above my hand so it would be in their face. Whoa, 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 whoa! It screamed. What are you? Whoa! You're awake! You're awake! Yeah! Stop! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Is all I could hear. Letting my heart slow down, I looked down to see something that was, I couldn't tell if it was, I think it was female at the time, but this thing was red, and it had horns coming out of its head. That was not meant to rhyme, but that's what I was thinking. And what the hell is wrong with your eyes? They're glowing, some sort of pinkish yellow shit. I just looked and said, "Who are you?" It's me, Sam Baker. I was in the pods. Don't kill me, man. Don't kill me. I retracted the blade a little bit so that he would calm down. I just came out of the pods. You want to tell me what in the fuck was happening around here? I'll tell you, man. You just, ease off, man. Ease off. All right. I can ease off. I went to stand up, and I looked down at that red body, and that was a good reason. I thought it was androgynous. At first glance, you couldn't tell until you looked south of the border, male or female. And this was a guy? I tried to remember back. Was this the one that said he wanted to be a ferret or something? Whatever, I don't care. When it got up, I asked him what was going on and why is he still naked? Well, most of my clothes don't fit anymore. So I was coming in here to find some sort of key or something. I figured they would have some sort of storage locker. How long you been awake? I asked him. 3 days? What else is here? I asked him. I don't know, man. There's shit moving around. Who are you? I wanted to stop for a second. Then I just said, my name's John. Okay, hey, look. Safety in numbers, man. But just... Oh, shit. You gave me a scare, man. I almost shit my own self and smeared it on my tail. Tail? I said. Yeah. And then I saw raising behind him was an actual tail. It looked similar to a rat tail, but it was much larger. I couldn't figure out what in the hell was going on. That was just weird. So what the hell happened to that machine? Look at me, look at you. I'm blue, you're red. Who's the next one going to come out, yellow or some shit? I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know is I had to clean out the machines. There's almost no food in here. I've been trying to look for a key to open the doors. We can't get out. What do you mean you can't get out? The doors are locked, man. They're sealed. I'm not strong enough to break them down. I mean, look at me. Look how skinny this new body is. I used to be a bull. Now I'm just... Look at this twig. Yeah, I raised my hand saying, yeah, you made your point. All right. So anyway, what about the staff? Anything from them? No, I don't know. The staff was just gone. There was nobody around. I heard some movement before, but I don't know what happened, man. It's just... Hold on, I'm still trying to get my heart to slow down. I get you. I understand. Just relax a second. I stuck my head out the door a little bit, looked left and right. All right, we're clear for now. So whose office is this? I finally looked on the door, and it actually said head researcher on it. So this guy was actually pretty well off. If he was going to find any keys, this is the most likely place outside of a security checkpoint. And that's what I asked him next. What about the security checkpoints? You checked that? Yeah, well, the security checkpoints are on the other side of the doors, man. I can't get through them. All right. Point is made. All right. So, anyway, what about the others? You think waiting around for the others? Oh, man, we can't wait around for the others. Some of the stuff that's come out, man, it's scary. Yeah, I know. I saw the snake woman. There's a snake woman now? Oh, shit. That's all I thought was, oh, shit. Okay, calm down. She's not living. Whatever she ate killed her, so relax a second. Besides, I don't think she was getting very far on that tail. The snakes may move fast, but that tail was just way too short for her body size. Okay, man, okay. I'm cool. Anyway, I did find a couple sets of keys before I noticed something sparkling. I'm guessing that was it, as he pointed to my knife. Yeah, it was this. I was trying to use it as a mirror. Didn't seem to work out too well, huh? He laughed, and we continued to break away and start checking for more keys. We did find several, actually, as we started to strip every single office we found, most of which looked like house keys, a couple sets of some for like a mini bar or something, and one which surprisingly looked like it was for handcuffs. The hell are these researchers into? Then again, at the look at the two of us, makes me wonder. Then suddenly here, oh man, look at this. And I heard the clinking of metal. Oh, you found the keys? That's awesome. Yeah, man, it should be great. Holy shit! I stopped, spun around, and there was something right behind me, maybe 10 feet away. This thing looked something straight out of a video game. Tall, wide, green skin with those fangs that stuck down from its upper lip and those god-awful big ears that looked like freaking Dumbo. It looked at us and simply stated, "Food." We looked at each other, me and the red one, and we don't have any food. It then looked, and I could see it starting to drool. "No. Food." It started moving towards us. I whipped the knife so that the point was facing towards him. That thing came at me and grabbed me around the neck and pushed me to the back. I jabbed the knife as far as I could forward, and it went straight into its gullet. And I twisted as it went between the abdominals. It didn't even slow this thing down. Its vice grip around my neck began to squeeze as I began to feel the blood start to be cut off as well as the air. I yanked the knife out, pulled it up, swung it around, grabbed him by the back of the head, and I jabbed the knife in the side of his neck, snapping it clean. I could feel the blood squirt past my fingers as I looked at the busted knife and thought, "Oh shit, I'm dead." And that's when I saw a red blur come over as a chair was brought down on the back of this thing's head. It stumbled forward and then stumbled back, looking at the red one. It released one of its hands and reached out at Bill as he still said, "Food." I struggled to get free of that second vice grip of a hand. As Bill stayed out of the way, it wasn't long until he decided to use me as a cudgel and threw me at Bill, and we both hit into each other and flew into the hallway. Scrambling to our feet, this thing moved forward, but it didn't quite have enough speed. It went to reach for us and then seemed to slow down and drop to one knee. It was pretty clear that second wound into the neck had severed the carotid artery, and it was starting to take effect. It only took about 30 more seconds as it dropped from one knee to two to slumping down, and then slowly dropped its head to the ground. I dropped down on my butt at the other side of the hallway as Bill sat there. "Dude, that was crazy. This is what I was talking about. A lot of things have gone freaking nuts around here. I don't know what the fuck is going on." I was still catching my breath over the whole thing, especially since I didn't have any air. I'm pretty sure I had ligament marks around my neck at that point. As soon as I could breathe properly, I looked back up at Bill and said, "So, you still got those keys?" He smiled, raised his hand, and I could hear the clinking in his hand as he showed them to me. We both got up, went to the main doors, and started checking all the keys. To our absolute delight, about the 10th or 11th key that we tried, it opened, and we were able to get over the security checkpoint. The security checkpoint, surprisingly, was still fully furnished and still had all its amenities. We looked over to see if there was any visuals we could get off the security cameras, but the security cameras were all dead. Apparently, they don't run off backup power. It wasn't long until I was able to find what I was really looking for at that point. Somebody had left their holster and their sidearm in a locker, and I strapped that on, although I barely got it on, as skinny as I was now. Bill found what he wanted, which was somebody's old lunch, and ripped open the snacks and the juice box and put them down before I even realized what was going on. The sandwich had long since been toasted and gone to the wayside. However, there was another snack in there that Bill handed over to me, and I gladly took it. We both then proceeded to the exterior doors, and that's when I realized things were even worse than I thought. Bill looked up and said, "Where's the key, man? Where do I put the damn keys?" "Bill, these are blast doors. They don't open with a key." Blast doors? What the hell's a blast door, man? A blast door is what you put down when you're about to get hit with something more explosive. What? Say somebody was trying to blow this place up. They would want to drive something in here, right? They would want to shoot the place up. They want to go in here, but you got to get through the doors, right? Yeah. Well, this is designed to take a semi-trailer or semi with a trailer, either way, at full speed. What, really? Yeah. Or a nuke straight to the face. As I knocked on it, I realized, no, this is thinner than those. This is just enough to take care of an RPG. So, what do we do? He asked me. Well, we look for the controls. Should be a switch around here somewhere. Check that side. I motioned over as I went to the opposite side, and I looked for a panel, and it didn't take long to find. We found the panel, and I hit the lever, and to my amazement, it actually worked. The blast door began to swing open. From the center out, it opened up, and we looked towards the parking lot. And that is when we both simultaneously looked out across a parking lot that was clearly overgrown with foliage and cars that haven't moved in Lord knows how many years. Oh, shit. Bill and I stood there in shock for a few minutes as we took in the reality that things had apparently gone seriously sideways since we entered those damn pods. We looked out, and I began to step out of the blast doors as Bill shielded his eyes a little bit. Apparently those type of glowing eyes he have are quite sensitive to the light. So he simply kept his hand up over his eyes to shield them from the direct gaze as we took a few steps out and looked around. The parking lot was, as I stated before, just overgrown. Vehicles that hadn't moved long enough that half of the tires seemed to be losing a little bit of air, and shrubs and everything covering the roads. The road itself was still noticeable, mostly still solid pavement, but the foliage on both sides had grown quite tall. We began to look around to each of the vehicles and realized things were beyond messed up. We spoke a little bit about it as we started to go from vehicle to vehicle looking for a way in. Thankfully, half the cars were actually unlocked, which surprised us, and we were able to find a few pieces here and there that we could use. Things like a lighter or some paper that we could burn. Every once in a while we would find some old snacks that were still sealed, which immediately went down the hatch. Good Lord, we were hungry. It wasn't until we popped open the trunk of a few of these that we actually found survival kits in the back. I was well aware of these. Hell, I had one, but my vehicle was way off in the parking garage, and that was a couple miles out from here. Why they insisted on building the parking garage so far out, I still don't know. But it is what it is. We still found what we needed to survive, the two of us, for at least a few days. And a few days is what we needed before anyone started to wake up again. We went back inside, again watching out for potential trouble. I drew the sidearm as I waited and listened as we walked down. I motioned to Bill to stay as quiet as possible. "No problem, man, no problem," is all he said as he delicately stepped as much as he could. I worried if those slightly clawed toes he has were going to be a problem. However, I didn't worry about it too much. We ended up back in the wing with the pods we came from. And then I remembered to ask, "Hey, there's more rooms like this, right?" Suddenly, that red complexion he had went completely blank. And I swear, even as red as he was, I could see the blood rushing out of his skin. I don't know. I think they said something like that. I just looked at him and calmly said, okay, well, one thing at a time, okay? Yeah, sure, man, sure. We went down each of the pods and we started writing down when they would start popping open again and looking to see if they were mostly human inside. Thankfully, the majority of what we saw was human, at least humanoid. I mean, come on, look at me. I'm blue now. For crying out loud, I'm almost a powder blue. What the hell? Whatever. In case things went bad, I still kept the pistol out as we took down the dates. Surprisingly, everybody would have their pods pop open in 5 weeks. That's when the last one in that room would open. Then we went out and looked for the other rooms. It took a while, as we found out that the building was set up in a way to segregate the different wings, each one coalescing in a central building. However, we did find other rooms full of pods, one of which was completely empty. This surprised us very much, as the pods had not been ripped into. There was no sludge on the floor. It was just sitting there, as if it was waiting for the next group to just be led in. It was odd, but we didn't care. In each of the rooms, we marked down how many pods were open, how many pods were still in operation, and when those pods would open. This, again, came out to less than 6 weeks. We were surprised. Don't they stagger everybody when they put them in? I mean, wasn't the next group supposed to be in like a week behind us? It's like, yeah, man, isn't that the way it goes? Yeah, I thought that's the way it goes. Well, it kind of makes sense now that they're a week behind. But as we went through, we received more of a shock. These things in there, though they were covered in a similar texture looking, the color was different. It wasn't as pink and blue. It was a darker, almost purplish. It was strange. Mix purple and crimson and you'll get the rough idea. Yet we could still see the other fluid that would drain off that was usually there in the first place, which was the color of piss. This made it difficult to find out what was humanoid and what wasn't. However, there was some noticeable changes. Some of the creatures that were in there seemed to fill up the entire pod. Others seemed so small that they almost seemed like infants. Strange. But we took our notes and continued throughout the entire facility. As we entered the last room, we received a hell of a shock. We heard beeping. That telltale beep, 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 as a pod was about to be opened up. This was supposed to be a warning for any nurses that were on duty that somebody was going to be released. We ran up as soon as we realized which one it was. It was on the highest tier up to our left. We scrambled up the stairs as fast as we could, and we looked, and it looked human size at least. What is this thing? And then we could hear the release valve open and the fluid draining off. We didn't know what we were going to see when the pod opened. I stood there with the pistol in hand, my finger on the trigger. Even though it was pointed down and away, it only took a moment to raise my hand. And we watched as the last of the fluid drained away and what was inside began to move. 2 arms reached up to its face as it struggled to breathe. It started pulling the sludge away from its mouth, and then it began to thrash almost as it tried to get the sludge farther and farther away. The pod itself began to open slowly as it moved up. The mechanism dulled with time, but it still moved. We watched, hearing as the thing began to pull things off its face and began to sit up. Just as I did, it reached out with its hands and tried to brace itself on the side of the pod and flip its face down so it was able to get the sludge away from its face without breathing any of it in. Then it started to move out. One leg came out to the side towards me, and I began to flinch, stepping back, putting both hands on the pistol and beginning to raise it up towards the torso. Barrel still facing down, but I didn't know what I would be facing. And then we heard it. A voice. What the fuck? It seemed like a feminine voice, which kind of put us a little bit at ease, but at least this thing was talking, and what the heck was going on? It stepped out and then looked at us and then fell back. Ah, shit, what is it? What are you guys? With that spark, I raised the pistol and backed up. Bill backed up from the other side as we looked at us. What? And it freaked out. What the hell? What the fuck? Ah, what the fuck? This feminist voice started screaming as it tried to literally back up through the pod. I lowered the weapon down a little bit and raised my other hand to show that I wasn't a threat. Bill started saying, "Whoa, easy, dude, easy. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to hurt you. We just need to, are you okay? What the fuck? What are you? Is all we heard from that female voice. And finally, it began to come out of the pod. Are you, what are you? What are you? As it looked sideways back at both of us. And we both looked at each other, and Bill said, "Yeah, we'd like to know that too. You might want to get out of there, and we'll get you to the shower room at least." Bill reaching out and helping the creature out. I looked, and it was seriously humanoid, but again, like me and Bill, very thin. Couldn't figure out why. And we walked as we could hear the sludge start sliming off its back, off its hair. As it pushed it off its face and flung its hand to the side, a large pile of the sludge flew into the center of the room and landed with a splat. This kind of grossed us out, as it reminded me of what happened before, and then made us chuckle a little bit, as it did sound like a big old shit hitting the ground. We finally got this one walking down the hallway where we could finally see what the deal was. They were blue like me. The same hair and everything. What the hell is going on? Why? Why are we blue? Why? Just why? What is going on? We got them to the shower room, but unfortunately, again, the showers did not function. Neither did the sinks. We found what we could to help them clean off, and as they did, it revealed, yes, it was a blue creature like me, cat eyes like mine, and yet the white hair and everything did not disguise the fact that they weren't like me. This was a female, for sure. No questions there. She seemed a little put back that she was naked in front of us, and then asked where the lockers were. We led her over and stayed out as she asked us a whole bunch of questions about what was going on. We answered to the best of our abilities as we heard the locker open, and she shuttled her things around trying to find any type of clothing to put on. Finally, she found something that would actually fit around this new form she had. It was strange to look at her, to see this alien form, alien to us at least, just asking us a bunch of questions. She seemed more than a little mad, almost entitled in the way she spoke, saying how, they can't do this to me, do they know who I am? And of course I had to respond to her, I don't think they give a shit, because I don't think they're around anymore. That made her pause when she asked, "What do you mean?" We explained that we had opened the blast doors and that the outside of the facility looked like it hadn't seen human interaction in years. There was a long, long pause at this. She began to scream, oh my God, what happened? What? And she booked out towards us, grabbed me by the arm, said, "Show me, show me." And we walked her to the blast doors, but as soon as she saw the outside had been overgrown, she lost it and dropped to her knees and began to cry. I asked, What, do you know something? Do you know what happened? She couldn't stop sobbing. Me and Bill just kind of looked at each other like, okay, I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm not a counselor, and I don't think Bill knew what to do either. I finally asked her name. It's Samantha. All right, Samantha, will you mind getting on your feet? Because we still have other things to take care of. Like what? Like seeing who else is going to be popping out of one of these pods. Oh, okay. She finally got to her feet and began to take control of herself. We tried to talk to her while we walked, but she was awfully silent. I guess she was still trying to comprehend what had happened. I tried to joke at her and told her at least you didn't have to fight the big guy. She said, "What?" "Well, we'll show you." "Oh man, you don't have to show her that. I don't know if she'll like it." She needs to know. We need to be truthful here. We can't trust each other. All right, man. We brought her over to that green squat thing that I had shoved the knife in its neck. Its body was still there. Still just lifeless against the floor. She looked just absolutely in fear and wouldn't even go near it, as it looked like it was something out of a video game, something that could probably rip her limb from limb without even trying. I said, yeah, probably could. We continued down to that last section of pods that she came out of, and we checked to see when the next ones were going to come out. To our extreme shock and dismay, it wasn't going to be for another day or so. So we knew we had time. It was decided from all three of us, after we grabbed what little bit of food we could find out of the packs, to go and search for more supplies outside. So we did. Heading outside was trying for all of us. All I could hope is that the blast doors stayed open. They weren't on an automatic timer, but considering how slowly they opened up, the mechanism might have seized for all we knew. And we began to look around. The cars had already been searched clean by us, so we had to move on. We went down the road a little bit, and we found a house that I had barely noticed as we drove by in the bus. It had a fairly long driveway, which is the only thing that really gave it away, and then we could see the outline in the forest. Going up to it, it was in extreme disrepair. The lawn had grown over. The fountain in front of it hadn't run in years, clearly, as foliage was growing inside and out of it. The road was still noticeable, but the exterior of the house had been severely damaged. It didn't look like any type of battle damage that I could tell. Not any tornado damage, but just simple weathering. Holes in the roof, a couple busted windows, that sort of thing. We went inside to see what we could find, and the first thing I heard from Samantha was, "Hello!" And immediately I grabbed her by the arm, turned her, put my finger in front of my lips. "Shh. We don't know who's here." At that point, Billy went, "Well, maybe we should just search the house. You want me to take the top and you guys can take here?" I just stopped and looked at him and said, "This isn't an episode of Scooby-Doo. We stick together." So we did. Looking through the house, we didn't find much. Definitely not much in the way of food, except for a few canned vegetables that hadn't been opened. We decided to save those for later. We moved up to the second floor. One of the bedrooms had its roof torn off and everything was waterlogged from the rain, so that was useless. Then we moved up and found the master bedroom, which hadn't been touched. Without skipping a beat, Samantha actually ran up and jumped on the bed and curled herself up, and then proceeded to cough as the high amount of dust went into her lungs. Me and Bill kind of laughed at that, as we began to search the closet, me looking for anything for protection and him for some extra clothes that might fit. Then we were able to both hit pay dirt. There was an old hunting rifle along with ammunition next to it. I took that, slung it over my shoulder. Bill started pulling out clothing and started handing it to each of us, saying, "Hey, this might fit, try it on. This might fit, try it on." Even though we had to be kind of exposed to each other beforehand, it was still hesitant for us to strip off the clothing we had to see if anything actually fit. However, I will say this, since we weren't even too worried about being modest, we could at least enjoy the view. And we laughed a little bit about the idea as we did so. As we started going through things, Samantha actually turned, put her hand behind her head and said, "So, does this post-apocalyptic shirt make me look fat?" Both me and Bill kind of chuckled at that, and then we heard from outside. This put me on edge as I immediately switched up from the pistol to the long rifle with it in my hand. The 30-30 was ready to rock and roll as I had my thumb on the hammer and my finger on the trigger. Moving over towards the window, I looked out and looked back at them. I shook my head because I didn't see anything. "The fuck was that?" Bill asked. "I don't know," I told him. "You know as much as I do at this point." I began to look back and forth to see if there was any movement in the trees or on the ground, but nothing. Then we realized we hadn't even checked the whole house. I reminded them that we still have to check the basement. This made them both nervous, as we have no idea what we had just heard. But something was out there. That was no bird call. That was no scream from a bear or anything like that. That was monstrous, whatever it might have been. However, we still had to check the rest of the house. I led the way down the stairs. And then we started searching. To our extreme delight, the downstairs were just loaded with all sorts of food that hadn't been touched yet, all sorts of canned vegetables. We sort of celebrated until I motioned for them to be quiet. And they reminded that something was still out there. We moved about, and then I heard Samantha go, "Oh my God, what is this?" I moved over and I could see there was a vault-style door in front of it. I checked it out. There was no handles. This was a full-on blast door. This was somebody's personal bunker. I looked around, trying to see if there was any way in, any type of controls, but I couldn't find any. I'm not well versed in bunker building, so I wouldn't know exactly what to look for, except for maybe some sort of way for air to circulate. Looking around, we figured, you know what? This is a good enough place to hold up for right now. So we stayed there the rest of the day and the rest of the night. We tried to ration our food as much as possible. We knew others would be joining us. However, we still didn't know what was outside. Every few hours we would hear. This was enough to keep us quiet. Enough that when nighttime came, I made sure nobody lit any type of matches. No candles, no flashlights, no nothing. Just to be safe, we all slept in the bathroom that night. It wasn't comfortable, but at least it was safer. Safer. The next morning, we could see the light coming through the small window up high in the bathroom, and I led us back to the facility. I knew we would have company soon, and soon we would have to worry about taking care of others. Because as it is, you can survive on your own, but you only thrive as a group. Basic survival law, that is. However, when we entered the facility, we heard something horrifying. It was a cross between the cry of a cow and the scream of a caribou. Something was in the facility. Pulling up the rifle, I stayed in front of us, and then I looked over to Bill, who was actually shaking in fear. I pulled the pistol out of the holster and handed it to him. He said, I don't know how to use this. I said, it's the same thing as a camera, as I shoved it into his hand. Point and shoot. Only put your finger on the trigger when you're ready to shoot. Understood? Yeah. And then I saw him put his finger on the trigger. And I said, only when you're ready to fire. And I slowly reached my hand around and removed his finger out of the trigger guard. Samantha was concerned, but I just simply told her, stay behind us. She had a small knife that she had found, but nothing else for her protection. We moved slowly through the facility, reaching out as far as we could, safely that is. We checked the pod rooms. Nothing. We checked the main facility. Nothing. We went to the cafeteria, and I saw that some of the tables and chairs had been knocked around since I had been there. I looked and I put my finger to my lips, motioning them to be quiet. Again, keeping the rifle up to my shoulder and my thumb on the hammer, I waited as I moved slowly forward, looking around. What could be in here? What's around here? What do you think it is? Was what I heard. I just motioned, when using my eyes to tell them, be quiet. I moved over towards the kitchen. I thought I heard something. Something moving? I moved closer and closer. Something's moving around over there. We can hear it. Something is moving around inside the kitchen area. I move up towards the door with that little circular window, and I peek inside. I look back and forth. I don't see anything, but I can hear something moving. Something is in there. I slowly push the door open, moving the butt of the rifle in first, and then lowering the barrel down. Looking around, clearing the room. There's nothing. What's in here? I look, and it wasn't the freezer door, but the refrigerator door was open. Crash! We heard one of the holding areas come apart, as in somebody had just taken shelves and thrown them against a whole bunch of shelves. Everything had just fallen down. At that point, my pulse was racing so much, but I kept everyone behind me. I reached back with my spare hand and made sure they were still there. I could feel the side of Samantha, and I grabbed her just above the waist and pushed her directly behind me. Moving forward, we could hear something tearing apart boxes. We moved ever closer and closer. Then silence. I stopped dead in my tracks once things went perfectly silent, keeping my rifle trained on the door. I moved a little bit closer, turning myself slowly to one side so I could possibly see inside the refrigerator. What is it? With a burst of speed, something came flying out. It ran into me as a shot rang up into the air and then into the ceiling. Something had knocked me back all the way and then burst out to the side. It stopped and turned and looked at us, and all we could think is, what the hell is that thing? It looked at us and sneered. It was a friggin' 6-foot-tall minotaur. What the hell is this thing doing outside its pod? Nobody was supposed to come out. Was it already freed? Was it already in the facility? What the hell is going on? It snorted and screamed and lowered its head. It brought its arms out. I knew it was about to charge. I scrambled for the rifle that had been knocked out of my hand. I grabbed it as the thing started to move. Chambering another round, I fired and it glanced off the side of its skull. It lost its bearing and fell over me and slammed into the other side. I got up screaming, "What the hell? What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Get out of here! Run, 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 run!" As Bill and Samantha bolted out of the room. Then I heard a boom from the freezer. What the hell was that? Looking at the small glass window that was on the edge of the freezer, that damn Lamia was up. It was awake. It was alive. How the hell was that thing alive? How could it possibly be alive? But this was the few seconds that Minotaur had got up and run at me again, this time slapping me aside with one of its arms. I went flying away and hit right into the freezer. The weapon again flew out of my hand as I didn't have a good grip on it. And it looked at me, and I swear it started to laugh. It raised itself up tall and wide, getting ready to hit me. And I could hear a thump, 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 like something was hitting the door behind me. I realized I was against the freezer door, but the freezer door was locked. I had locked it when I had left before. Reaching up, I pulled the pin out and yanked the handle just as the Minotaur started to move, and the Lamia burst out from inside, grabbed the Minotaur, and then wrapped its tail around it, began to squeeze. The Lamia tried to get behind its back, but the Minotaur began to grab it and pull. It pulled so hard the human part of it screamed in pain as it seemed like it was going to break its arm. I ran up and swung, catching the side of it with my hand, and I swear I broke most of the bones in my hand as I winced in pain. The thing looked at me and seemed to laugh at me at the idea that I had not even heard it. The Lamia continued to squeeze, yet it was being pulled away and peeled off by the Minotaur. I looked over. There was the rifle. I dove for it, grabbed it. The scope had been busted, so I didn't use it. Cocked the hammer back, looked down the iron sights, and the Minotaur looked up at me and then pulled the Lamia in front so I couldn't get a clear shot. Fuck! I dropped the barrel of the weapon down and fired, catching it right in the knee. The thing dropped down as soon as the bullet ripped its knee joint apart and screamed into the air. I cocked as fast as I could, rechambering another round. The Lamia pulled away just as I fired again, and the brains of the Minotaur went splat against the back door. It slowly dropped to the floor. And this time, I wasn't taking any chances. I rechambered another bullet, put it against his head, and fired, making sure that its brains were completely removed from its head. I looked up to the Lamia, and I all of a sudden had a ping of fear. This thing had just taken on a Minotaur one-on-one without hesitation, and I think I just used the last bullet. I backed away as fast as I could, cocking the lever of the weapon, trying to make sure I had possibly something. Maybe it would scare her away. She backed away, her hands up, and then dropped one of them as it was still in pain from the Minotaur almost breaking it. I looked at her and said, "Can you talk? Can you speak?" She looked over after she shook her arm a little bit to make sure it was still functional. I can talk. She spoke in almost a baby voice. I said, "What the fuck?" It's all I could think. I looked at her and I said, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm okay. Where's Mommy?" "Mommy was supposed to be here when I came out." I looked at the Lamia. I was amazed. Her body it's the first time I really got a really close-up look to it. Yeah, it was clearly female. It looked like it was mid-teens, but the mind was that of a child. I said, "I don't know where your mommy is." And she began to cry. I said, Are you all right?" "I want my mommy." At that point, I could hear Bill down the hall, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" I yelled back, "Yeah, but I need you both back in here." The Lamia was still there as she began to sulk down into her own coils. "Why is this me? Why do I look like this? Where's my mommy?" As she began to sob uncontrollably, Me not ever having any kids, I didn't exactly know what to do. Thankfully, Samantha, after she got in and realized the situation, went in and held on to the young girl. We then tried to comfort her as best we could and explain the situation. Her young mind could barely wrap around it. I felt bad for her, I really did. A kid doesn't deserve this. Hell, none of us deserve it in the first place. But we waited in there until she calmed down, and then we found out what she had done. It was pretty much what I expected. She had got out and slimed her way, or I should say slithered her way around. She eventually found her way into the kitchen, but her young mind didn't understand that the food she was eating was rotten. Her body could somehow still digest it, which was a surprise to all of us. However, eating a large meal like that would cause any snake to go into a type of food coma. And that's when I found her. However, she woke up extremely thirsty and seeing all the fighting. She tried to get out. Apparently, she had tried to signal the Minotaur and it just sneered at her. The fact that she realized that it was going to leave her to die is what pissed her off and made her attack it. Now, there are 4 of us, and we continue our way around the facility. Eventually, the girls head back, and they go to the house and try to prepare it for us, as me and Bill stay inside. However, later that night we realized we needed some sort of food, as the next day a bunch of pods were due to open. However, we wouldn't know exactly when that was going to happen, as the Minotaur seemed to almost burst out of its pod. So we grabbed the orc. I cut off one of its arms, one of its legs, skinned it out, and brought it back. Our wonderful little Lamia did not know where the meat came from, but she really didn't care. Samantha, on the other hand, was a little perturbed at the fact that we had just brought back so much meat. I told her not to worry about it too much, but of course she did. The Lamia surprised us. We found out that the Lamia's name was Jasmine. Well, Jasmine surprised us all when we handed her the cooked meat after we built a fire and everything. She didn't chew it. Instead, her face opened, her jaw unclenched, and she actually absorbed the entire thing. It went down into her gut, and her gut expanded. It almost looked like she was pregnant. She looked down at it afterwards and giggled. Haha, Mommy would be happy I'm having a baby too. We all looked at each other on that one, and again felt sorry for her. We had no idea where her mother was, or her father, or anyone for that matter. All we knew is what was going to happen. The next day, we went back to the facility, but this time the pods that were due to opened exactly when they were supposed to. Thankfully, we were each allowed to, or able to be there for each of the openings. Not that both of us could be there at the same time. To our absolute shock and dismay, not a single one seemed to look human with the exception of one. And human is being a slight exaggeration. When the pod opened, I was more than ready to blow this thing's head clean off, as it seemed to have dimensions that were a little big for human. Well, she was big, but not in the way you would think. She seemed to have a bit more girth on her. Yes, this one was female as well. When she wiped the goop away from her face and back, towards the back of her head, I realized that she had the elvish type ears that I have as well. Only she had a completely pale complexion, completely Caucasian. And then as she wiped herself off as we walked, she started cursing at the fact that she had only gone in there for a simple breast augmentation, and now the damn things were about as big as my torso. I had tried my best not to laugh at this. I was just thankful she wasn't bashful, or else this would have been a very, very difficult walk. As our numbers increased, it was very obvious that we were not fully human anymore. The only one we found that even resembled fully human was one Asian female who did not look Asian, at least not physically. She was almost 6.5 feet tall and, shall we say, adequate proportions. This again kind of pissed everyone off, as they're like, how come I couldn't have just had some adaptations as simple as that? Although she did say how her back was going to end up hurting. You have to laugh in these situations. However, every time a bunch of us laughed, we would hear another strange sound from the woods. Something far off. Something inhuman. When we got approximately 10 personnel, the majority of females would stay around the buildings and around the house to make sure that everything was secured. I gave them a quick 1, 2, 3 lesson on weapons, as we had found a few more, and told them to make sure that they only use them if they have to. Our bullets are not to be wasted. Moving down the road, we realized there was a separate paved road that none of us had noticed the first time through. Following, we thought we would find another of these large houses. To our surprise, it was another large office-looking building. When we were about to go inside, we heard a strange roar off in the distance. All of us looked around, but we couldn't see anything. What the hell was out there? We motioned that we had to get inside. The electric locks had long since malfunctioned, and it was easy to get through. The security doors weren't much of a problem. Another one suggested that we split up to cover more ground, and that's when two guys decided to smack him to remind him that we don't split up. This ain't a horror movie. This is just horror. As we began to move around the facility, we found little in supplies. However, we did find files. Files upon files upon files. Most of which were simply word about how augmentations were going to go, which diseases were being cured, that sort of thing. We would have to come back later to analyze them, to find out what had happened. However, it wasn't until somebody actually went into the garbage at the reception desk that we realized we might have figured it out. The scream of, "What the fuck?" came out, and we all hurried over to see what it was. It was a simple old-fashioned newspaper. I thought those went out of style long before this ever happened. But on there, it simply had the title, "Monsters Roam the Earth." We all looked at each other. They couldn't be talking about us, could they? Maybe. And then we heard something skittering around. Something was in here with us. Something we didn't know what it was. It moved again. Something was around. Those of us with weapons drew them and got them ready. We could hear it moving about. Still, something was either above us or in the walls. Something. It wasn't where we could see it. All right. Let's keep going. Whatever it is, we'll eventually find it. We moved through the security doors and checked the second floor. However, there wasn't much there at all. Old office equipment, some old lab coats. That was all. One of the guys I thought had watched too many video games grabbed the IDs. I asked him why the hell he did that. He goes, "Security doors need a badge." I looked and rolled my eyes. It wasn't until we got down to the lowest level that we realized, hey, he might be right. We walked into the first basement level, and we found another one of the blast doors. But this blast door was massive. Looking up at the blast doors, we tried to find a way to get through, There was a small console on the side, which we tried the key cards with, but since the console itself didn't have any power, we didn't think anything of it. There was no beeps, no lights, no anything. The console was non-functional. However, we knew that if these are blast doors, that meant that was some sort of bunker. That means there's supplies inside, supplies we're going to need. But for right now, we could just stare at the damn thing. Then we heard again. But there was more than one. Before I even got to turn around, we could hear everybody say, "We got to get out of here. Something's in here." Those of us with weapons set up a perimeter and we began walking. I slowly told everybody, "Hey, stay. If you're not carrying a weapon, stay in the middle. Everybody else, eyes up, everywhere." As we made our way back to the ground floor, we heard even more of that crawling and skittering. We couldn't figure out where the hell it was. Where was it? Where was it? What was it? And then everything went quiet. Dead still. No bugs anymore made any sounds. None of the birds on the outside chirped. It was just silent. I motioned for everyone to stop and stay still, but most of them had never had any military experience, so they didn't know the hand signals I was giving. So I had to tell them, "Shh, stop, don't move." The skittering had stopped too. And then we heard several boom, boom, boom. It's like something big was hitting the ground really hard. We couldn't figure out what it might be, but something had got the local wildlife all scared, and I could sense something was around. My senses had been hiked up to 1,000 at this point. I couldn't figure out how, but it did. Others were also twitching. Those who also had long ears like mine now started twitching their ears as a sign of nervousness. I motioned for them to come and follow slowly as we headed towards the front door. Boom! Something crashed outside. We couldn't figure out what it was, but we stopped short of the door and we looked out. And something was coming through the trees. The booms we heard was something knocking over trees and they were hitting the ground. We could now hear trees being cracked like tree limbs as this thing moved through. Something was shaking the land and we didn't know what it was. But something big was out there. Another tree crackled and fell. Boom, hitting the ground. What the hell was strong enough to knock over a big old maple like that? That's all I could think, but we were all dead silent, waiting to see if this thing would pass us. We could hear it walking away, the trees cracking slowly as it moved. We began to breathe a sigh of relief. And then a scream ripped out from behind us. I spun around, and our man in the back was being dragged away by something. We couldn't figure out what, but this thing had long legs and had speared our friend as he screamed for help as he was going away. He was whipping his weapon around left and right, but his blade was not connecting with anything. I took aim with a rifle and I fired into the face of this thing. It let go of him and screeched as loud as it could and then started thrashing all over the ground. We reached up, grabbed our wounded compatriot, and tried to get to the doorway. We backed up towards the doorway, and we could see these things, whatever in the hell they were. They looked like almost like giant spiders, but not really. They only had 6 legs. They did still walk like spiders, but they were multiple segmented, several like 8, 9, 10 segments as they came up. Each one had long spikes out the front like you would consider a spider, but they didn't have the spikes in the back like you would think of a centipede. Their mandibles were massive, and you could see that as the one started to flinch on the ground, the other ones got closer to it, but they weren't trying to save it. Instead, they grabbed it and started ripping it to pieces and started eating. Out of reflex, I took aim and fired at each one, Contagious gunfire erupted as each one of these massive centipede-looking spider, whatever the hell they were, started thrashing around. And then we realized, something is even worse. We spun around, and that thing had come out of the forest and was looking right through the doorway at us. This monster looked like a massive troll of some sort. Its long nose, long jaw was staring at us through its 4 eyes. Its arms so long they almost scraped on the ground. Its stout legs just stood there, looking at us. It stared for a moment, and then it began to move. It got down on all fours and began to trot at us. On its knuckles and on its heels, it came at us like a massive gorilla. We tried to back in, but we realized we were boxed in between this massive creature and these centipede, whatever in the hell they were. All of a sudden, I just turned, and as I did, I heard one of the guys say, "Run!" as we bolted towards the door that led us back to the basement. We ran towards the door as best we could, dragging our wounded comrade behind us. As we finally reached the door, this massive creature had reached the building. It reached in and missed us, but grabbed the centipede creatures, and as they thrashed around his hand, they bit at him, and it simply raised it up and shoved them into his mouth. And with several disgusting crunches, you could hear it crunching it in his mouth and swallow. And then it looked at us as we started getting inside the door, and it reached for us again, but we were already inside and slammed the door shut. We scrambled down the stairs and headed towards the blast door as best we could. We figured since it had concrete walls, it was the safest place in the building. The creature outside began to rip the building apart around us. The top floor was torn off. We could feel the whole building shake and shimmer as the building itself was being removed. We could hear this thing beating on the ceiling above us. It must have been using its large hands to hammer down to try and get through the concrete floor. We sat on the ground trying to hold our friend's wound shut as he cried in pain and we cried in fear. Those of us with weapons turned our weapons towards the roof of what we could think, what the hell were these pitty little pop guns going to do against this, whatever in the hell that was. Bam, bam. The thing kept beating on the concrete more and more and more as we could hear the building being ripped apart. We could hear parts being tossed and landing somewhere else. It still shook the foundation. For 3 minutes at least, it continued to beat on the floor and rip the building apart, stopping every once in a while, and we could hear these screams, these unintelligible screams, these high-pitched wails as it clearly found something else to eat inside the building. These were not human screams. These were the screams of those whatever in the hell type of giant bugs those were. And it only paused for a moment before it began to beat on the ground again. And then suddenly, there was silence. We all stood there, waiting, listening. Was it gone? Was it playing possum? What could have happened? Shh. Don't move. Don't move. I kept telling people. Listen. And we could hear it start to move. As large as it was, it couldn't hide the impacts from its feet from that close. We might not have heard it through the woods, but there was nothing cushioning its footfalls now as it started to walk away. I took a deep breath as I took my finger off the trigger and put the safety back on. I turned to our wounded friend. "Can you walk?" He just shook his head up and down, and we began to move towards the stairs. Opening the door, we realized that the stairs had been completely removed. The only way up was to climb up the debris. With a wounded friend, that was not quite possible, but maybe there was another set of stairs. And then suddenly, I heard Bill say, "Oh God, the house! The house!" Simultaneously, everyone said, "Oh shit," and we all began to climb. One of our compatriots stayed with our wounded, and the rest of us clambered up the debris, trying to climb out of the building as fast as possible. We didn't even have to get to the top to know the building was gone, as sunlight screamed out to us, almost blinding us as we got closer to the top. As we did, we realized the building was down to its foundation. This creature had actually removed all top 2 floors. The only thing left was the basement level. We looked over, and sure enough, that thing was heading straight for the house. Slowly and methodically it walked. What the hell do we do? This is when we simply started running. We are to protect and provide. That is what we do. And we ran towards it. I held the weapon in my hand. All I could think of is, what can this thing possibly do? We ran as fast as we could. For its size, it was amazingly slow on only 2 legs, and we caught up fairly quickly. As we got towards its back, it must not have heard us coming. I lined up and began to fire shots into the back of its head, but this seemed to only annoy it, but it did get its attention. It turned and looked down at us as we all held our weapons up. 2 rifles, 3 pistols, and a simple homemade bow and arrow. What the hell were we thinking? It turned and seemed to grin at us. That was enough that I could actually smell that one of our men had pissed his pants out of fear. This troll thing began to hammer over to us, moving its feet slowly and methodically, realizing that if we ran, we would just die tired as this thing threw us down its gullet. I aimed as best I could, aimed right towards its innermost right eye. As it got within a few hundred feet, I squeezed around, and suddenly the thing backed off, holding its face in pain. I just screamed, "I knew it!" And everyone else began to fire at the creature's face. Several of the bullets ended up in its mouth, and the soft flesh inside could not stop the impact. The skin and its thick bones could take the impact, but the bullets could still pierce the softer parts. It covered its face and its mouth. It turned, and keeping one hand over its face, it trotted away on 3, both legs and its free arm. As it ran away, some of the men were screaming, "Yes, yes," and so happy that we had fought this thing off, that we had survived. But I wasn't happy. I looked at my weapon. I was out. An entire magazine went in, and I didn't have any more. This hunk of metal was nothing more than a club to me now. I looked at the others, and sure enough, all but one of us was out. The only one that wasn't was holding a pistol, and I could see that he had malfunctioned his weapon. We ran to the house as fast as we could to get the females. We knew that they had seen this creature, and so when we got to the house, we were greeted with an empty house. We looked around, scared. Everyone says, "Where are they? Where are they?" I said, "Search the place." I didn't have to tell them to do that. Everyone started going around. I started freaking out, looking for anything, bodies, blood, personnel. We were screaming out, "Are you here? Are you here? Sound off, are you here? Tell me something." And we looked, we couldn't find them. We ran outside the house screaming, "Where are you? Where are you?" And then we realized, wait, there are fresh tracks here. Look, Harlami, a friend, leaves a big trail. They went back to the facility. Without skipping a beat, we all ran towards it as fast as we possibly could, and thankfully we saw the females waiting just inside the blast door. We went inside and told them what happened. They were so grateful that we were still alive, but we said that one of ours was injured and we needed to get them out. We headed off in that direction after making a makeshift litter, and we were able to get him out of the lower levels. Thankfully, it was a little easier as we found the second staircase that the creature, whatever the hell it was, had left in one piece. Fortunately, the wounds were not as deep as we thought. They were more superficial than anything. However, he would be on his back for a few days. We realized that the house was not damaged by weather. Looking back up at the roof, we could see that this thing had actually taken handfuls of the roof off. With that thing around, we knew it was too dangerous to stay out in the open. We had to find a new place. But there was only one place we knew that was able to keep us safe. So back to the facility we went. We stayed inside there for the next couple of days. Resources became very strained, and some of us had to go out to try and hunt, but there wasn't much of anything to hunt. Those new creatures that we found had changed the entire biosphere of the planet, at least anything around us. That big monster had clearly eaten anything of size, and those little giant centipedes, whatever the hell where they were, they had taken out anything else that was smaller. I wondered, was there a river around? Maybe we could get some fish or something. We found berries, of course. It was sparse as they were not in season, but we did find something. An old farm down the street did have some that we could forage off of, fruit trees and that sort of thing. However, things were definitely not in season. But at that point, food is food. The river provided us with a few fish, thankfully, which satiated more of the meat eaters. Our Lamia friend, even though her mind was out, was simply a carnivore. She could not digest any type of plant matter, not without getting a bad case of the runs. And you don't want to see a Lamia with a case of the shits. It's messy. Speaking of messy is when we went back to the pods to see what was due and what was going to come out. When we responded to the cries from down the hall, we heard screaming, what is this shit? Oh, get it off of me. We ran down and we saw in one of the rooms several of the pods had opened and several more had come out. However, not all of them seemed friendly. As we rushed in the first room, we could see something with 4 legs kicking on the ground as it was covered with that sludge, and yet another creature on the far end was trying to open up massive wings that we could see as it tried to flick off that same sludge. We looked over and realized that the one with 4 limbs had a human-ish face, so we went to it first. Of course, it was closer, and we asked, "Are you okay?" And it simply began to cry like some little child. The Lamia that was with us began to cry as well. We couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, and I looked at the pod and realized that it was that young child from when I was first put in, the one whose mother was trying to comfort it. I went and wiped their face off as they spit the goo out, because obviously it did not taste good. They opened their eyes and began to freak out and tried to back up, and then realized that they had more limbs now than when they went in with. I looked and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This young girl was a centaur now. Okay, we'll deal with that later. As a massive scream of something came from the other end of the room, that thing with wings started thrashing around as it wiped its face on the ground, this thing clearly not having any humanity left in it, as it looked at us and growled and screamed and then charged at us. We grabbed what weapons we could and then charged at it, but it was coming at us too fast. It ran into us and grabbed one of the men and took off down the hallway with the man in its maw. We could hear screaming as I'm sure he was fighting it off. But I know he didn't make it. As we chased down, we could see massive amounts of red all over the floor, all over the walls. And we could hear from down the hall as this thing was thrashing around, and the screams the man let out and the curses had already faded away. We barely saw it as we reached the blast doors, as it flexed its wings, shook off a little more of the goo, and then took to the sky. We all responded, "What the hell was that? Since when did they make dragons?" But with everything that had happened, who are we to judge? Soon enough, we went back to each of the rooms that had pods of everyone coming out. We found, of course, the young centaur still crying. The Lamia tried to comfort her, but turns out the centaur was afraid of snakes. I went to her and I tried to do something, but I'm not a counselor. Thankfully, some of the females helped. It wasn't until later that we realized that several other of the pods had opened, and more things that were once human were no longer human, were loose in the facility. We grabbed whatever weapons we could to make sure they stayed back, but holy hell, some of these things are just, what the hell? You had a giant butterfly moth hybrid with human arms and legs as it tried to fly its way down the hallway, but its massive wings, now unfurled, couldn't actually open the entire way as it thrashed around, aiming towards the light of day. But as it went to the light of day, it simply climbed up the side of the facility, folded its wings down, and waited. I guess it was enough moth in it. However, there were others. Many others now. We didn't realize the pods would open as fast as they did, but now they were just popping open left and right. By the time we got one cleaned off, 2 more would open up again. What is going on? How many more are there? Well, as it turns out of the 5 different areas that had pods in them, one area was completely abandoned, didn't have any. So that left approximately 400 at most. However, we counted up that at least half of them did not even make it to be released. Well, 48%, but 50 is close enough. Those that did hatch out of their pods, it was calculated that approximately 12% of them came out with creatures that did not have any intelligence, humanity left in them, but ran on pure instinct. These were the dangerous ones who came out. Another almost 10% came out with limited intelligence and would simply think about what was food and then take it as food. This is what had happened to that ogre-looking bastard who tried to kill me when I first came out. We had a few more of those, and we realized we could not stay in the facility. It was getting too dangerous. When the last pod finally opened, we counted up how many people we had. Well, I shouldn't say people. At least, not all of us, mind you. As it turns out, there was well over 100 of us, which is a lot of mouths to feed, which put such a strain on a resource collection it became a daily occurrence just to survive. We knew we couldn't stay here. Everyone knew it. Even the youngest realized that there was not enough to collect around to survive off of, and we couldn't get through the blast doors. So it was decided that we would move everyone outside and risk being taken by that monster that was still out there. However, there were others. More monsters had broken free from the facility that we were in. There was dragons, moth-type people. There was all sorts of craziness. Insectoids, too. Oddly enough, a few of them seemed to still have their ability to think. Yet, when they came out, it's like they all came out at once as we watched as 5 of these, I don't know how else to put it, but they had insectoid bases, and yet their torso was mostly human. Their arms seemed to have a chitinous covering on them. Their shoulders did. Their backs, it seemed like, it looked like armor with the plates that cover themselves. They still had semi-human faces. Many had multiple eyes. However, they still moved around on multiple limbs. One seemed to be an outlier, as it had multiple limbs, but they were all human legs that were distorted with multiple joints. All the rest skittered as they went across the hard metal floor, and this one stomped as though 30 people were crashing through. The rhythmic step of it was actually what tipped us off that they were coming down the hallway. If not for that, we would have been right in their way as they went towards the front door. And then they just disappeared. We were grateful that they left and didn't try to make us their lunch. However, we still had to leave. When the last pod had opened, I received another shock as another blueskin like me had come out. That made 3 of us. I was surprised at everything since we had a very eclectic coloring here now. We had standard human colors. We had blue, green, red, and in one case purple, which surprised the hell out of everybody. That dark, dark purple that came out. We thought something was wrong with her. However, she just liked the fact that she filled out more, which is what she went in for in the first place. When we decided to leave, we all left as a group, carrying as much supplies as possible. With our makeshift weapons, we began to move around. We followed the road as best we could as we went past the main facility that was now nothing more than debris with a couple of openings down to the basement level. We continued going down the road as we found the parking garage again. The cars were again searched, but there was still not much to be found. Then we finally got to the far end, to the crossroads, and we had to decide which way. It wasn't much of a choice. We could see the footprints from that troll turning to the right, so we turned left and went down the roads until we found another crossroad which crossed a bridge, and then we figured, oh well, I guess we'll see where this leads. Where it led made us all stop. It was another facility just like the one we had left the day prior. How could there be 2? We never heard that there was a second one. We got a little closer and we realized that the road that went past the main facility, if you went around back, it would have actually led to this other facility. We went inside, looked around, but it looked like it had been decommissioned a long time ago. The few pods that we found inside this facility looked ancient in comparison to the ones we were using. Somebody said this must have been the alpha site. All the pods were open. All the pods were empty. So we began to search. The young ones stayed behind as we looked through. And as we did, we realized that we could find more information that was here. I couldn't make sense of the genetic codes. A few people could, but it's not something I learned to read. What I did find was ammo, and a lot more than I expected. As it turns out, this place had an entire stocked armory. I gave everyone who knew how to use a weapon, and then we loaded up as much with the ammo as we could and still keep walking. We decided to stay there tonight as we searched through. However, I insisted, along with others, that we stay inside the pod room as it seems to be the most secure area in the facility. And with that thing still walking around out there, along with God knows what else is hatched out of those fucking pods, we need to be safe about things. Everyone agreed, although they weren't too keen about laying on blankets on top of the hard steel floor. However, it was what had to be done, and they knew it. Our next surprise is when we went downstairs. To our shock, as I got to the base of the stairs, all I heard is, "I found another one!" I turned the corner, and sure enough, there was another blast door, one of these massive blast doors. What the hell? They must all be interconnected somehow. I looked over and said, "Hey, did you bring those key cards?" "Oh, sure did." He reached into his bag, pulled them out, and started flashing them 2, 3, 4 at a time. But again, nothing happened. No beeps, no clicks, no nothing. We sighed. Well, at least we tried. Keep searching. We don't have anything to cut through it. We don't have anything strong enough to rip it out. And we looked around. Sure enough, we found another cafeteria, which thankfully still had many preserves left, and many of the folks were glad to finally have a full belly for a change. However, those that were completely carnivorous were kind of SOL until we found entire cans full of canned meat. We had to surrender those over, and it was a vegetarian meal for the rest of us. However, we did find out that our centaur friend could only eat vegetables along with a few others. However, that did not stop us from enjoying the little bit of happiness that we could. That night I remember staying by the door. I wasn't the one on fire watch that night. However, I was also one of the only ones that had military experience. And if something came in, I wanted to be able to face it before it touched the others. That night was quiet. Very, very quiet. Almost too quiet. Why don't I hear bugs? I shot up from my sleep. I was like, what? Okay, why am I awake? Gripping my rifle tightly, I looked around as best I could. As I did, I could hear something moving around. I simply said, "Who is it?" "Amen, it's just me. I'm on guard tonight." Dude, you are freaking me out with that. You jumped up like something was wrong. With that, his voice was cut off, and something hit the ground. I couldn't figure out what it was. I flipped on the flashlight at the end of my rifle, and something was on top of him. Something with about 7 or 8 type of crushing legs, crushing limbs, holding onto him. He couldn't get anything out because it was pressed across his face and went down his body. Some sort of eel-looking something or other with long, heavy legs. As it began to crush him, I flipped over to the side, trying not to put the bullets through it, and into my friend, I slid sideways, flipping off the safety, and began to fire into this thing through the side. It didn't even flinch, but the sound made everyone jump to their feet as they didn't know what was going on. Most of them covered their ears from the sound of the fire coming out in an enclosed area. The sound was deafening. My ears were ringing as I began to fire up its body, up more, until I finally got to the head, and then it just slumped. With that, I grabbed a hold of it from the side and pushed it over. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Billy desperately trying to get his voice back. I don't know. Oh, that hurt. Ow." I looked, and this thing had pierced him down just below the collarbone. 2 piercing marks were there. I tried to get him up and tried to stop the bleeding, but he wasn't bleeding all that much. The puncture wounds were not that hard or not that deep. However, they did still pierce his skin. I looked over at this thing I had just shot, and sure enough, there were 2 small spikes coming out. I looked closer, and these turned out to be fangs. I looked closer, and this thing was more snake-like than I thought. However, with those long appendages almost coming out, I don't know how else to describe it except multi-jointed, very thick, and ending at the bottom like elephant feet. These things would wrap around and were beginning to crush him. Thankfully, nothing was seriously wrong as far as the bones were. He was just having trouble breathing. I walked over and looked at this thing. One of the others came over, turned out to be a scientist back in the day, grabbed a hold of one of the fangs, squeezed the base, saw something drip out. They moved their hand up and sniffed it. I don't know what type of toxin that is. If it was hemotoxin, he'd be dead already. Any guesses? Probably a nerve agent. We watched our friend for a while as he slowly faded in and out of consciousness. We had to smack him awake a few times, throw cold water on him, anything to keep him awake. But this time, no one would sleep. Our ears were all ringing for at least an hour as we tried to keep our friend alive. Thankfully, we succeeded, but he was not feeling good for several days. The red skin went pale as he was trying to fight off whatever it was. This thing's venom was akin to a rattlesnake, as it turns out. It wasn't meant to kill you, just paralyze you long enough for them to come and get you. However, this thing apparently was smart enough to realize not to dump all the toxin in. If it had, I would have watched my friend die that night. However, after 2 days, he was able to stand. Maybe nauseous and not able to move fast, but he could stand. I realized we couldn't stay here, and everyone realized it as well. So we went to walk again. We kept going outside the facility. We followed the roads around, and we come to find out that this road was actually a giant loop. The way that that giant troll had left is the only road that leads out of this valley. Now what do we do? The answer is simple. We just keep going. However, we did see something on the horizon we were not expecting to see. Smoke. At the time, we worried that there was a fire, a forest fire. We were going to end up having to fight just to survive, but then we started looking closer. There were 2 or 3 different spots where the smoke was coming out. I remember looking and saying, I think somebody's making a shitty fire. A few of the other people who had been camping laughed, and everyone else was confused, as we knew that using the wrong type of wood, you end up with a huge smoke trail. However, if there was fire, there was people. If there was people, there was resources. If there was resources, we can survive. So we started our long walk over towards them. It was on the far side of the valley where we passed even more and more buildings. We didn't realize how big this research facility truly was until we realized how many of these large buildings there were. We would have to come back and check them later. And we finally got close enough to the fire where we could smell the smoke. And we looked and we couldn't believe what we saw. There were huts and hooches, stone buildings, surrounded by a wall a good 30 feet high with spikes all over it. Clearly, this was to keep that ogre freaking troll thing out. But what amazed us is we looked on the top of the wall. Were those creatures like us? Walking up toward the gates, we could see that many creatures, similar to our own, were getting on top of the ramparts and getting their weapons ready. We saw many spears and blades, of course, but we also saw bows and a couple of crossbows, all docked and ready to rock. We were nervous about that, but of course we could see more nervousness with the fact that we had actual firearms. I looked around and did finally see one. It was a MP5 being held by another red guy similar to, or was that a girl? I can't tell from here. Similar to Bill. Yet, we begin to walk up. I slung the weapon across my back, raised my hands, and told everyone else to hold off until I actually talked to these folks. What I didn't know was Bill had decided to walk up behind me as well. I walked up to the gate and asked, "Who's in charge?" After a few moments, a feminine voice came across and said, "What do you want?" I responded, "We're looking for sanctuary for the night." There was another long pause, and the female voice came out. "Just for the night. However, you have to leave those weapons outside." I responded, "Ma'am, there are some really dangerous things out there. I cannot in good conscience tell my people to disarm themselves." "Well, then you're not coming inside," she said. "Well, ma'am, I'm asking you, please, one night so that we can rest before we move on." Hesitantly, she must have been talking to someone because she paused and responded, "All right, one day, 24 hours. You need to leave by noon tomorrow." "Yes, ma'am, I will let my people know." As I turned around, I almost slammed face first into Bill as he was standing there listening intently. We went back and told everybody what was going on, and I told them to make sure they holstered or hid or reslung their weapons so that it didn't make the locals nervous. As we walked up, the large gates opened, but the ramparts on top stayed strong as others were just above us watching. We came inside, haggard, tired, and I asked where we could go to rest. We were led to a shack on the far end of the compound, and immediately I told the women and children to relax while we settled things with the town. It took a little bit, but we were able to barter for food and a few supplies. Our barter, of course, was weapons and pretty much nothing else, as we didn't have anything else to barter with. Our clothes were haggard, we didn't have any resources to trade with, and any we had to hold on to. However, they were more than willing to trade for weapons, and especially ammo, as now those things were very sparse and very hard to find. We didn't argue much. It was just good to spend a night where we didn't have to worry about being attacked or eaten. While everyone slept, several of us talked with the leader and her other compatriots about what had happened. They were just as confused about what happened around the world as the rest of us. However, what they do know is that their situation was slightly different than ours. They had woken approximately a year and a half to 2 years ago, but they did not trickle in like we did. They did not have to wait for other pods to open, but instead all their pods opened at the same time. The same sludge all over them. As everyone coughed and gagged, they had to deal with the rush of creatures that were no longer within their right mind. Flying creatures that seemed to gallop for the door, trying to shake off the sludge. Other creatures obsessed with eating would suddenly grab the ones next to them and bite them and start eating their flesh while they screamed in pain. They had a couple of those spiderish monsters. They even mentioned a strange type of insect that ran across the ground extremely fast, and when they described it, we knew it was the same bugs that had attacked us, and we explained that to them as well. They explained that they had been building this facility, this compound, so that they could protect themselves from what was out there. We couldn't disagree. The walls themselves were designed to stop those large ogre-type creatures, the trolls, as they put them, from getting inside. When we told them we had stopped the troll, they actually laughed at us, but we explained what had happened, and of course a bullet to the eye was enough for us to explain. Later on that night, it was just me and the one in charge as we spoke. Very candidly, she explained how she just could not allow everyone to stay. Not a large group like that. There would be a lot of issues, not only with supply, but with housing, and the fact that holding on to everyone was tenuous at best. She may be the one in charge, but she was no queen. No one called her Your Majesty or any of that crap like that, nor did anybody want to. The leader itself was elected and could not be removed unless the trial that had caused potential discord was taken care of. You couldn't just remove someone and throw someone in there you like just for the hell of it. It doesn't work that way. When she was done explaining, she asked how I became leader of my group, and I explained it just kind of happened. I was one of the first ones to wake up, and I was the first one to start bringing everybody together, so I guess that's the way it is. She smiled and said, Of course, it just happens that way. It always happens that way, the first generation. I kind of had to smile a little bit as it was. As we talked, I began to preach about how we still needed some sort of sanctuary. We asked, could this be our sanctuary? She pondered for a long time, realizing that we had young ones with us, but eventually she answered no. This would not be your sanctuary. It was theirs, of course, but unless they had something to bring, something to barter, something to trade, there was no way they could keep a group as large as ours longer than the one day. I again thanked her for her kindness and her bluntness on the subject, as beating around the bush was not something you could do these days. The next morning, we woke up to, thankfully, the kids playing outside. I began to gather everyone up, and We asked for an extra little bit of supplies, anything they could give to us to help us out. Unfortunately, the only thing they could help us out with was a couple extra bags that we could use to collect goods with as we were out. This was good enough for now, although it was very disheartening to try to explain to the children they could not stay here where it was safe. We may only have a couple of kids, but it was enough when they started to cry that I wanted to console them, but being a counselor is not something I've ever been. Thankfully, some of the women were able to help them along. As we left, it was again disheartening. Not a lot was said, except for good luck as we left. I led them out. I tried to keep morale up as best I could, but morale was in the shithouse now. As we continued to walk, I realized that we were going down the same road, and we hadn't seen anything in a while. I asked if anybody could draw, if they could end up drawing a map for us so we didn't go over the same things twice. Thankfully, two that could draw really well put their heads together and were able to put something very well illustrated together by the beginning of the next day. This surprised us a lot. However, the beginning of the next day brought another interesting fact. As we walked the road, some of the others who had very strong senses of smell started sniffing the air, started asking, "What the hell is that?" I had no idea. I asked them to lead us to where they could smell whatever it was. They led us over, and I began to smell it, and it was strong. Once I got one strong whiff, I knew what it was, as my time in the service had let me know exactly what a blown open body smells like. I told everybody to be ready, as I brought the weapon up to my shoulder, and I told everyone stay behind us, as I told everyone with a long gun to come up to the front. We began to encircle those who did not have weapons to protect them. And as soon as we broke through a little bit of tree line, there was a small valley right there, a small opening. And we looked and we saw the troll. It was laying face down in the ground. At first, we were wondering if it was still alive. However, we realized what was on top of the troll, and it scared the living shit out of us. There was winged creatures tearing it open. They had talons on their feet that reached down and with one swipe would rip open the troll's skin, the skin strong enough to bounce bullets off of. Even though these weren't high caliber bullets, it was still surprising that it could do so. They could still cut it open, and then they reached down with their winged arms, and with several different appendages about halfway down the wings, began to rip the flesh out and shove it in their face. Speaking of which, when I pulled out my binoculars and looked, I realized that the binoculars had actually been half broken. However, using one side, I could see that these things were mostly human. The wings were birdish, of course. The feet were not feet anymore, as they seemed to be a type of talon, very similar to what you would see on some sort of raptor. But the rest of the body was entirely human. And they seemed to be conversing with each other, although we weren't close enough to really hear them. I turned around and I told everybody what we'd seen, and it was decided that we would leave them be for now. If the troll was dead, it was just one less thing we had to worry about. And of course, those flying things were too busy eating to give any sort of shit about us. We continued down the road, and we finally found another one of the facilities. This one was not busted open. In actuality, we had to break our way in. Breaking the locking mechanism on the front doors was not too hard once we got a few people behind it, and then shoving a branch in between the handles on the other side was an easy way of making sure that no one got in. As a few relaxed, those of us that were pulling security went around to see if we were actually alone in this facility. We all remembered what happened the last time we thought everything was clear. However, this time, we didn't hear any. Moving around the first floor, we found, of course, a reception desk, waiting areas, a whole bunch of offices, what looked like medical equipment, and not much else. There was a small break room, and we were able to break open the still loaded vending machine, which surprised the hell out of us. and we were able to hand out some treats to everyone. I told them we didn't have time to sit and wait. Those of us that had to search right now. So leaving a small security contingent with it, we still kept going. The second floor, of course, was offices as we expected. No break room this time, unfortunately, but we did end up breaking open some of the office furniture to make sure there was enough for a fire, as we would be staying here this night. We began to open up all the drawers, and of course it was full of files. We couldn't boot up the computers as there was absolutely no power, so we couldn't see what actually happened. To our surprise, we found another newspaper. I was still surprised the newspapers were still a thing around there. But this time the date was different. It was almost a week past when the other paper was found. It says, "Monsters have taken over." Not monsters are among us, but monsters have taken over. The blurred picture showed several of the larger monsters. Down way in the back, I could see a minotaur type monster. Another one was a type of ogreish. But as you saw, there was a large foot. It was a large foot of a troll. How in the hell? It was going through a small town and it was tearing buildings apart. The picture showed as the arm had grabbed the top of the roof of a building and simply ripped it off to one side, debris still flying through the air. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. How could this happen? How? What? When? Huh? We still couldn't figure it out. But then again, we started reading more, and we got a big piece of the puzzle. There was word in there about a strange galactic event. It was like a CME on crack. In other words, a solar flare that went way off its rails. Something had happened to the power grid, and only certain portions of the world were still active. Many areas were completely without internet, others were completely without power. Only anything with backup generators was working. This, of course, meant that the newspapers, surprisingly, were one of the only ways of getting information out. We all chuckled at the realization. Yet, we continued reading, as one of our number read it out loud. How things had been gotten bad to worse. Entire areas of the country were now quarantine zones. The National Guard and the rest of the military had done their best to try and wipe everything out, but it seemed as though they were smart. We looked at each other and said, "What, they think we're stupid?" I looked at Bill, smacked him on the arm for that one, but it was true. We had realized that many of the monsters that had come out were not like us. We may be monsters in the eyes of humans, but we're still human, I think, as far as intelligence goes. Once we finished up with the newspaper, one of our friends brought it down to everyone else so they could read it, and we continued our search. This time, we went to the basements. And yes, it turned out to be plural. It wasn't just one sub-basement, it was 4 levels. One of which had an entire stocked cafeteria, though the whole place reeked of rotten food, and of course there were a few rats running around. But there was still plenty of food that was preserved, much in cans, much dehydrated pastas and things like that, and we realized that we could hold up here for a while. We realized that this could be our sanctuary. Could it possibly be? We then realized that on the second level was a whole bunch of bunks. This was a fallout shelter. We realized that some of the beds clearly had been used. We looked around to see if there was anyone, but we couldn't find anyone. There was no trace of anyone. No blood, no fluid, no bodies, no nothing. We didn't figure it out. On the next level was a whole bunch of equipment used to keep the facility running. Generators that had run dry. Sewage pipes ran all across the wall next to electrical conduits and things of that nature. There was no way we could get power, so most of that was out. We didn't know where we could get any type of fuel. However, we wondered if we could find maybe an old diesel station, as diesel tends to last a lot longer. Maybe we could get things running again. It was decided that we would hold up. However, we were surprised and hesitant to stay there when we found what was on the final sub-basement. The 4th level down was a large, empty room. Very large as the entire building, with several pillars clearly designed to hold the rest of the sub-basement above. And on the far side of the wall was another one of those blast doors. A giant square piece of metal. We looked around and we couldn't find anything else in there, except for something on the floor. I remember I got called over, "Hey, do you know what this is?" And I looked close. We had to bring a few of our torches over, and eventually we pulled out the flashlight we were trying to save the batteries on, clicked it on, and immediately recognized what we were looking at. These were tire tracks. We looked closer and closer and realized that the tire tracks led from one side to the other. The opposite side of the blast door, we realized there was a ramp that led to the top. This was a storage facility for vehicles, but where the hell were the vehicles? Why aren't they here? Where'd they go? We looked over and we could see type of Caterpillar tracks from maybe equipment, maybe it was from tanks. It was hard to tell because they all looked very similar. But it was clear that whoever had wanted to get out of here in one hell of a hurry. That's when we started looking around for anything else, any type of tools, any type of fuel cans, any type of anything. But the room had been stripped. It was like it was all prepared to move and everyone just hopped in and ran. Efficient, I thought. We walked back over to the large blast door, and thankfully our former security friend here still had all those badges. He tried swiping them, but of course nothing happened. There was no power going to the external console. We couldn't figure out what was wrong. But we figured if nothing could get in, nothing could get out. When we left, we made sure that the doors were blockaded somehow. Just in case something did come out of the blast doors, we would know what the hell was going on, and at least we would have some time before whatever it was came to us. We went over to the crowd and we told them what we'd found, and they were elated at the idea that they finally did find some sort of sanctuary. Thankfully, we could rest in peace out here without worrying about something coming in. We led everybody to the sub-basements where they enjoyed some food. We had to start fires, of course, to boil everything up on the upper floors, and we had to sleep by candlelight, but it didn't matter. Everyone was just so grateful. We had to leave the doors open to make sure airflow, of course, but no one cared. The first time they had slept on an actual bed since this all started. Anything beyond that house that we had found. It was wonderful to just lay there for a change. Just kind of wish I could get a shower. But still, curling up under the blanket as I saw the first two go for their watch, I was just happy. Happy to be alive. It wasn't until we realized that the food would only last for so long that we began reaching out, sending patrols out, myself included. We went out to find anything we could eat. Berries, fruits, any type of vegetables that might be growing. My survival training didn't cover this type of area, so I was a bit of a loss, but thankfully a few knew what to look for. I realized there were some mushrooms still growing that we could eat, and they were plentiful, surprisingly so. However, we were more than a little hesitant to bite into the mushrooms, and I told everyone I would go first if necessary. As you know that with mushrooms, you eat the wrong one, you're dead. There's no question. But I knew which ones I was looking at. Unfortunately, I only know about 3 or 4, but it was enough. Other than that, we did find a couple of fruit trees that were not quite picked clean, mainly because the fruit itself wasn't even ripe yet. We did find a few berries, of course, but unless they're in season, berries are not exactly plentiful either. We didn't find much in the way of meat. This is what concerned us the most. We were going to run low on protein if we didn't hurry up. Eventually, we did find another river, which we started looking on the map we drew. It might be that we're just farther upstream. Could we be farther upstream? Regardless, it didn't matter. As it turns out, it was teeming with life. Whatever type of creatures were out here hunting had never thought to go into the rivers themselves. We were able to rig up some makeshift fishing poles and we're pulling out fish like all those old black and white photos. 2, 3, 4 feet long. It was glorious. I was grateful that we'd finally found a way to survive in this world. About 2 weeks later, we were out on a patrol and I heard someone yell, "Holy shit, are you kidding me?" We looked over and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was a fuel station sign sticking up in the distance. We realized if they had fuel, we could fuel the generators. So we started to make our way over. The problem is it was almost at the end of the day. So we had to go back to our security, back to our sanctuary, and then we would then move on the next morning with some sort of containers to get the fuel. The next day, it took us almost the entire day to get there, and when we arrived, our hearts sank. There were many rigs, semis, sitting there, empty. We looked around and we found a lot of the vehicles. These were civilian military type vehicles. I don't know how else to put it except they were military vehicles with civilian armor on them. This was not tactical armor at all. We saw a few vehicles actually did have tracks, which led us believe that these were the vehicles that came out from underneath the facility we were first in. And then we looked, and the vehicles were not only empty, but we found something we really didn't want. The vehicles had been torn apart, flipped over. There were bones and bloodstains everywhere. Something had fought here. We looked, there was weapons still there, still had ammo. Some were damaged, others were just left there to rot. However, whatever had happened quick. They didn't have time to get away from the pumps. Some of the vehicles just sat there, and I reached in to one of the Humvees, and I saw it didn't need a key, just was a paddle turn. I prayed to whatever God may be watching, and I turned it. It hesitated for a long time, but eventually turned over and started. There was a bunch of cheers from everyone, and then a roar came from the outside. We realized whatever had got these vehicles was around. It was still here. Everyone looked out. Everyone else who didn't have a large caliber weapon started reaching out, trying to unhook the heavy machine guns from the turrets, looking for any ammo to go into it. And we looked out. We took perimeter around the one vehicle that had started. I reached in and shut it off, and the roars stopped. It was silence. I looked at everyone and I just said one word: inside. We all bolted for that little shopette that was there. It was our only cover from whatever was out there. And as we ran across, we could hear timbers breaking. We could hear movement out in the woods. And as we looked, several large trees were moving, but it wasn't as though there was just one creature there. There had to be more than 1, 2, 3. There was 4 trails at least. No, was it 5? I don't know. I didn't turn and look anymore. I just turned back to the building. We ran inside, and I started yelling, "Everyone inside the freezer now!" We did. We ran in the freezer. The smell that came out of there was horrible, as everything was long since passed and was rotting. But we knew that could cover the smell, and it was one of the safest places inside the building. We stayed inside and huddled as we watched. What came out was horrid. What came out from the tree line was at least 7 of those trolls, all of different sizes. many of them looking around, the largest one in the center of the group, stopping as he hit the road, looking left and right, peering around to see what had happened, where everything was. A smaller one to his left walked up and began to do the same thing. I looked and it was missing part of its right arm. Somewhere mid-bicep had been blown off. It looked as though it had been burned, actually. Others, there was another one to its right, a female, and another female next to it. There was another male to his right. Strange how they split down the middle like that. Then we looked to the base and we realized they were not alone. Other creatures came out at the same time, a little bit larger than human. These creatures ran on all fours, then stopped, and then stood. It was strange to see these things. There were different ones. Some were pale with strange elk horns type things coming out of their heads. One stood there with a dark mane all the way down with a deer skull for a face. The only thing that was still there was its eyes, which turned in different directions as it moved around, seemingly trying to sniff the air. I didn't know how it could sniff anything with no nostrils, but it was still there. All I could hear was our men saying, what is that? Do you know, what is that thing? Oh my God, is that a... They started describing different types of things I only heard in cryptid videos. As my heart began to beat so hard, I thought they could hear it from the outside. The smaller ones began to move over and began to sniff around the Humvee that I had started. And they began motioning to each other. And then ran around in different directions, continually sniffing and moving around. The large trolls began to search around, and a few disappeared from sight, yet we could hear the stomps of their feet as they moved around the building. We worried that the building wouldn't be here for very long, as we knew the trolls could easily rip it apart. That's when one of the creatures came inside. This thing, covered in a matted brown fur, covered in all sorts of grime, just opened the door. Just like a normal person, grabbed the door, pulled it open. Behind it, some sort of strange lizard. I couldn't figure out if it was a gecko, a monitor lizard, some sort of cobra. I don't know. It was all sorts of distorted, but it seemed to follow it, crawling around, seemingly licking the air with its tongue. They didn't seem to care for any of the food that was in there. None of the chips, none of the soda, nothing. They simply moved around and around. We watched through the glass, kept ourselves way to the back and as low as possible so not to be seen. The creatures came over and we thought for a moment we were busted, as we thought that the door was going to be open and they would see us laying there. Then one cracked open the side of one of the glass case and then held back, holding its nose, and seemed to make a strange sound as though it was in pain. We realized that the stench of the food was actually doing its job. These creatures may have a strong sense of smell, but apparently it was too strong. They couldn't handle it. We realized this could be the advantage. It ran outside holding its nose, and we could hear an odd sound. We didn't know what it was until we realized that one of the trolls was pointing, and it was laughing. The creature then ran up to the troll and scratched its leg, strong enough to actually draw a slight amount of blood. The troll then kicked it off to the side with seemingly almost no effort. We realized there was a hierarchy to this group, and this was dangerous. If they took out a fully armed convoy, what the hell could we do? Everyone motioned to each other to stay down and stay quiet. We realized we still had time. We still had a chance if we stayed quiet and just let them leave. But they didn't leave. They stayed there, moving around. We could hear the twisting of metal as things opened up. We heard one of the big rigs be thrown around. It landed with a giant crash not too long or far from the building we were in. The building itself shuddered as one of the walls was ripped open. After that, several of the smaller creatures seemed to scream. I guess they wanted the building to stay intact. We don't know. We just laid there and waited, praying that someone didn't rip open the back wall and expose us. We did know that one of the creatures came in, bolted towards the bathroom, and ripped the door clean off its hinges as it went in and thrashed around, and then came out, seemingly pissed off as it knocked over a couple of the shelves. We looked at each other, still nervous, not moving, not saying a thing, and waited. It was late into the night before they left, but we still waited, listening into the dark. Could they still be out there? Could they be playing possum? Are they simply waiting for us to make a move so that we get exposed? We didn't move. We didn't talk for the rest of the night. The rest of the night was in sheer silence and sheer darkness. It seemed as though it was a new moon that night as well. Nothing was illuminated. We waited until the next morning. We waited till there was enough light that we could see. We got up, got out of the freezer. We filled our bags with whatever food we could, focusing mainly on things like protein bars. Anything that was even semi-healthy was thrown in the bags, and they must have weighed 30 pounds apiece by the time we got out. One of my number actually went and grabbed all the coffee that was there. I didn't think it was still good as it comes ground, but hey, if it works, it works. We needed resources. Slowly looking outside through one of the busted doorways, we didn't see movement. One of ours who knew that he had a stronger sense of smell sniffed into the air and winced at the smell that came back. We said, "What's wrong?" It's like death out there, man. It's disgusting. Hold on. Oh shit. He bolted to the bathroom to find any place to do his business, and we heard in the bathroom as he vomited for a good 2 or 3 minutes solid. We told him to put something over his nose so that didn't happen as we walked. We did our best to get away from that area without being seen. We didn't know if we were seen and we didn't care. We got in the tree line and we took off. We ran as fast as we could, zigzagging through the wood to make sure that we weren't being followed, stopping occasionally and listening. But nothing. We got back to the facility. Thankfully, they opened it up. They were grateful that we came back because they thought we had been lost as we didn't return the day prior. And they were even more grateful at all the supplies we had brought. We had to ration it, of course, but it was still something, anything to bring up morale. We told them what was out there. We told them we could get power to the generator, but those things were laying in wait. How could we deal with them? A plan was brought up. A very interesting plan. We sent messengers back to the original sanctuary to see if they were in on this or not. We realized that if we were to make a stand, we would have to all come together. They sent what warriors they could, but they needed enough to keep defense on their own place. We realized we had one shot at all, to take care of this situation. We lined up as much as we could as far as weapons and gear. We realized if it didn't go bang or it wasn't going to pierce something, it wasn't going to be any good. Our plan was simple. We would rush to the vehicles. We would get the heavy weapons up and running. And since we knew they were coming, they wouldn't realize that we would know how to use the weapons themselves. I had to give everyone a 1, 2, 3 class along with a couple others on how to use each weapon. The heavier weapons I would have to grab or have one of my compatriots who knows how to handle these weapons get a hold of them first so that we could get them up and running. Everyone else would basically be support to hand us ammo as we would have to hold these creatures away. 4 days later, the plan was enacted. We got to the fueling station, and we realized that there was a possibility they were already watching us. On the signal, we all ran for the vehicles. We grabbed what we could. We uprighted a Humvee with the 50 cal on top. Immediately, one of our guys jumped in and reloaded, cycled the ghost round. But it wasn't long before we started to hear the roar. We began to see the trees move around again. We knew they were coming. The Humvees were started and backed away. Everybody else was loaded in. Any of the Humvees that started, any of the vehicles at all that started, we knew that if we had to get away, we had to get away quick. I reached into one and I found something I didn't think I was going to find. An actual rocket launcher. Wait, no. Oh, I thanked God above there was more than one. There was two. They hadn't been used either. These were one shot, one use only. And I got ready, resetting the targeting reticle so it would be up close. I told everybody, don't stand behind me. Whatever you do, don't stand behind me. When the trolls began to make their entrance, they looked at us. They pointed and screamed out this horrible yell. I got the AT-4 rocket launcher on my shoulder. I looked up right at his torso. It looked down at me and it flinched. It actually flinched to turn away. As one of the females burst through and seemed to have something in her hand. Holy shit, is that a tree? She began running. The big one grabbed her and forced her back, but one of the small males ran towards me. I hit the button and the AT-4 fired and the rocket came out just as the 50 cal opened up. The 50 cal made it flinch just long enough for the rocket to hit it square in the chest. The explosion, the AT round blew the chest open and the creature fell back screaming in agony. The bigger one turned and went down to it, grabbed it by the arm and dragged it back in the tree line. We didn't have to worry about the trolls. It was the other ones we had to worry about now. They came running through in a massive pack in all different directions. Weapons started swinging left, right, and center. We kept firing, laying down any type of lead we could. Those who didn't know how to handle firearms were just throwing ammo at us, bringing magazines to us, anything. Then we realized a few had gotten behind us. I turned just soon enough to see one of these things claw at me. I raised my arm and got slashed in the process. Rolling over, I heard the shots ring out as this thing was taking multiple hits and fell down in a heap. We kept firing as best we could, but we were soon running short on ammo, and we knew it. However, the creatures realized that they were severely outgunned, and had this time been played. We could hear a howling, a deep, low howling off in the woods. This wasn't the howling of a wolf. This was the screaming of someone who had lost a friend. This was the scream of a parent who had lost their child. I looked down at the other rocket that had not been fired, and I picked it up and threw it in the back of the truck. I realized that the rocket had done its job, but we only had one left, and I'm not exactly going to go out and search for it. We grabbed what we could, cleaned out the little shopette that was there, looked for anything else we could salvage, and we were able to find a few fuel cans, and we began to siphon as much diesel fuel as possible. Getting it back, we finally realized we might have just made an enemy, but we had also just saved ourselves. It was decided that we would take the night off, but the next morning we would go to the generator room and fill them up. And with any luck, we'd finally see what's behind those fucking blast doors. As we carried the diesel cans towards the blast doors and towards the generator room, we were so happy. I was actually smiling. For the first time in a while, I was like, thankfully, we are going to be able to do something that we might be able to get the computers running. We might get the showers running. Oh, that's going to be wonderful. But as we walked down the hallway and as we got to the stairs, one of our guys said, wait, hold on a second. He took the diesel can that he was holding, put it down and unscrewed the top, stuck his nose in and sniffed it. Now, he has a very strong sense of smell, and I all of a sudden realized what he was doing. He looked at us and he just started cursing up a storm. I looked at him and I put down my diesel can, opened up mine, took a whiff, and realized something was off. Something was very off. We looked over and one of our guys grabbed a small piece of cloth, dipped it in the fuel, and put it on the ground. He then had a small lighter in his pocket and tried to light the fuel on fire. Normally, diesel fuel only takes a few seconds and it will light. However, this did not. He sat there for over a minute, holding the flame of the lighter in one place, even holding up the cloth so that the heat of the flame was at its maximum. And then, eventually, seeing the cloth charred, he tossed it to the ground, stomped on it, and again started cursing. A bunch of us were looking at each other like, oh no, you've got to be kidding me. And then a few of the younger folks started asking why, what happened. We told them the diesel had gone bad. It can do that? One of the youngest guys yelled out. Yeah, diesel fuel without any type of stabilizer is only good for about a year, maybe 2. Stretched out at most to about 5. Lord knows how long we've been asleep. It's not even worth carrying anymore. We turned around and trudged back up to the stairs and went past everybody. They all looked at us strange. Why were we bringing the diesel cans back up? And we simply told them it wouldn't matter. We would have to bleed the lines afterwards anyway. It was worthless. We brought the diesel outside. We didn't dump it. We just left the cans. And we went back inside. Now what the hell are we going to do? Well, we decided to continue on as best we could. We set up a little more of a perimeter and began to blockade more of the walls, just to make sure nothing decided to jump in while we were asleep. We remembered that there were still some nasty creatures out there, and none of us wanted to be on the receiving end of whatever in the hell was out there, especially since we didn't even know anymore. Some of the young kids were having a lot of trouble sleeping because of that, and we tried to comfort them as best as we could, but nothing is more comforting than making sure that your walls are secured. Over the course of the next few weeks, we began to send out hunting parties to find anything extra to supplement the food. Having what we did have was great. However, there was a major issue. It was going to run out. We need to be able to sustain ourselves somehow. I was able to find a little bit of potatoes, and we left them out in the sun to hopefully see if any eyes would pop up. If so, at least we would have some sort of sustenance later on. However, it seemed as though we were middle of the summer, and I know from my past experience that if you don't put potatoes in the spring, you don't get potatoes in the fall. It's just that simple. As we were hunting, we could hear off in the distance several shots. I knew one of the other hunting parties was far off to the northeast, and that's where the shots were coming from. So my group turned, and we headed their way. We didn't have any comms or anything like that, so we had to slowly make our way walking through the forest. Thankfully, the deciduous forest we were in was not that difficult to traverse. However, it did still take us over an hour to get there. When we did, we could hear something screaming. We began to run faster and faster, worrying that it was our own guys. But as we got close, I could see that red hand waving at me as Bill was waving me over. When we got to him, we asked him what happened. They told us that they came across some sort of mutated pig. The thing was huge, had to be twice the size of an SUV. The tusks themselves went a good 6 feet high, and it also had 6 limbs, and it was longer than your normal pig. And they had just tangled with it. Unfortunately for the pig, it didn't realize that it couldn't bust through trees. I mean, this wasn't no freaking cartoon. However, it did end up taking a few extra shots to the face. The problem is, pig skulls are notoriously dense, as in exceptionally dense. This meant that all they had ended up doing was pissing it off. However, one of the other guys had actually managed to get a few shots in the neck, and I realized that the thing had squealed and run off. Looking over, we could still see a very wide and very noticeable blood trail. I looked over to one of our associates who had a very good sense of smell. "Can you track him?" He turned his head up and all he heard was, oh yeah, I got their scent now." "Okay, lead the way." I made sure that everyone was spread out just in case. We didn't need to end up in the wrong end of an ambush if we were all walking ducks in a row. But I knew that anything bleeding this much, no matter how big it was going to be passed out by the time we got to it, or completely bled out. We got all the way to what looked like a den, and we looked inside. It took a little bit of time before we were able to maneuver ourselves enough so we could actually see down into this hole. This massive hole, big enough would seem we could almost drive a semi-truck into. I knew pigs made dens in the earth, at least some of them do. And we looked closer, and sure enough, there it was. We couldn't tell if it was sleeping or it was dead. We didn't want to damage any more of it because all of it was going to be precious to us. So we moved in closer and closer. I motioned everybody back, and I got in position. This dinky 223 might be good enough for shooting varmints, but shooting this thing, you're just going to piss it off. But the only thing I could really hit was its face. Cycling the selector lever, I fired one round in between its eyes. It didn't even flinch. I smiled as I got up, and I looked at everyone and goes, "Hey, you guys got it. It's done. Now we just got to get it out of here." Which eventually took the entire day just to pull the pig carcass out of the den. As we looked inside, some of us felt bad as we saw that, well, it had mated somehow. There were other pigs in there. However, they were at least half the size, clearly not piglets, and they decided to come at us as the large pig came out. However, just as normal pigs would do, or in case of warthogs, they bolted off to the side instead of facing us down. This made a sigh of relief. We had to stay by the carcass over that night as two men ran back, and I say men questionably, ran back to get some sort of carts, anything we could carry to get this pig back. We knew we'd have to take it back in pieces, so the rest of us started a fire and moved around and started taking it into pieces. Our butchery skills were not that great, however, any idiot can quarter, or in this case, 1/6 a pig. It's not that difficult to do. Even one of these legs was enough to keep our entire group fed for 3 days, easily. And we were grateful for this. And it did not occur to me until I heard another one say, "Wait a minute. The fat! The fat! We can render the fucking fat!" I looked as, "Render the fat? What do you need? Are you trying to make lard or..." Oh, son of a... I couldn't even believe that I had forgotten about that. Heating up pig fat without actually boiling it can be usable. The oil that comes out will work inside a diesel tank. So eventually, though it took 4 days to do so, we got the pig back to our compound. We did not lose any part of it except a little bit of the guts. Of course, the bladder had to remain as none of us knew what to do with it. And some of the intestines. No reason to make sausage so big that, it wouldn't even fit inside a coffee cup. Besides, most of us didn't even know how to make sausage for that matter. However, what we could salvage, we did. Any of the organ meat that was taken, we took the tusks, but that was more for... we were looking to craft things out of them. Any of the bones that we could take, there wasn't much left. And at this time, survival is key, which means being wasteful can be fatal. Once we had a few days to actually chew on this massive porker, we were able to set up a type of still. We had to rip out a tub out of one of the areas, and we used that to heat up the pig fat. We had to do it slow. It's a very long process. However, it did work. And eventually we ended up with gallons and gallons and gallons. We took the bad diesel and we took it way off to the side, threw it away. We didn't worry too much about contaminating anything, as what are we going to do with it? We can't burn it. You can't drink it. You can't do anything. We just spread it out so it would dilute enough and it wouldn't damage the local ecosystem. We did end up filling all of our fuel cans, and we still had more pig fat. So I decided to render it into lard. We're going to need that, as we will eventually run out. Everyone looked and realized how big of a deal this was, how big of a win it was that we had found this animal. However, in the back of our minds, there was always that one question. Was this thing human before? Was it human? Was it born of a human? Did it come out of one of the pods? Is it an amalgamation or is it a mutation? We don't know, but it's best to keep that sort of thing out of your mind. Eventually, we took all the cans down to the diesel generators. There was 4 different generators, all of which industrial size, and it took us a moment to figure out how to actually operate it. Thankfully, one of the women there had been working as an engineer, and she came down and helped us, filling up one of the tanks as we only wanted to get one going for right now. We began to reach over and fill everything up as she flipped her switches, bled the lines, and then hit the start button. And it was the most beautiful sound in the world as that huge generator turned over and the lights began to flicker. A bunch of us ran upstairs and told everybody to shut the lights off on the top floors. Anything above ground had to stay off. It doesn't matter if it was a clock radio, a computer, it didn't matter. Everything had to turn off. And we did. We ran up and shut everything off, with the exception of one computer. Our local techie is going to be sitting there going through everything, trying to figure out exactly what else had happened. What the hell was the reason we were like this? I remember looking at my hands, my blue hands, looking down to my body and realizing that I don't really look human. I look almost like one of those things from those god-awful sci-fi shows. Just thank God I didn't have an antennae. If that was the case, I would have probably ripped them off. I hate that shit. As the generator continued to run, we filled up the other diesel generators and got them running for one specific reason. We wanted to make sure we had enough power to run all the hot water heaters. We waited and realized that thankfully the hot water heaters were electric, but it would take a while before they were warm. We let the kids and the women hose off first, of course, and then it was our turn, and I've never felt such a grand sensation as that warm water going down my face, my chest, and my back. You have to enjoy the little things that you get when it comes to survival. If you don't enjoy the little things, you will find the bad things tearing you down slowly. Once we had finished the showers, I went out to find out that someone had gone downstairs and actually looked, and the console next to the blast door was on. We decided to save as much of our homemade diesel as possible and shut down all but one of the generators. This allowed the blast door console to stay operated. All of us were downstairs as we stood in front of this massive hunk of metal, and our wonderful key card holder was all smiles as he pulled out the first key card and looked at us. I knew he was thinking, "Don't you love me?" As he put the first one down, access denied, and he tossed it to the side. The next one, access denied. Pulling out a third, access denied. And this continued for 2 or 3 more cards before access granted. Then we heard the locking mechanism start to move out of place. Parts of the moving slowly, other words coming out with a very quick ka-chunk, and then the door began to slowly open. As it did, the few of us that still had weapons had them up and ready, as we didn't know what was going to come out of the doors. We told everybody to stay behind us as we kept our weapons up. Safety's off, finger on the trigger as the door opened to nothing. The door opened to a massive hallway, a huge tunnel. We moved forward and looked to see if there was anything around that we could use as we went down the tunnel. I made sure those few of us that had some sort of military training were up front, as we could clear any intersections that may come or any rooms. But there weren't any. We went down as the tunnel slowly descended a little more, then leveled off, then came up, then seemed to turn slightly to the left, and then it straightened again. Wow, how long was this thing? This was a huge tunnel. And then we saw something out there. We saw a dark area at the end of the tunnel, and I motioned for everybody to stay calm. I turned around a little bit and motioned for those of us to fall and to stay back and stay put. Those of us with weapons began to move forward into the darkness. As we got up to the darkness, I pulled out my flashlight, and so did a few others. I heard one guy say, "Grab your torch." And as soon as I flipped mine on, so did others. We looked, and it was another massive room. We spread out, weapons up in one hand, flashlights up in the other, as we looked around. What we found was more tunnels. 6 more tunnels. All of them spread around, not evenly. 4 on one side, 2 on another. As we went to each of the tunnel openings, we moved our flashlights up towards them. Then with a sudden burst, light flew into the room to the point where my eyes injured themselves. I had to cover my eyes as they couldn't adjust fast enough. I turned and looked, and one of our guys had found the breaker box. The lights were on now, and as I turned back to the tunnel, I could see the lights coming on one after another down the hallway. But nothing was there. It was just tunnels. No side doors, no side rooms. Just tunnels. We looked over at those who were not carrying weapons and motioned them forward so they could see. Everyone had questions that nobody could answer, of course, since we were all experiencing the same thing. We told them that it would be a while before we were able to explore each one. Each one of these tunnels had to lead somewhere, and we had a good idea where. After searching the main room, we told the main body to go back. We covered them as they went, just in case something decided to come up behind us, with 2 of our men in front. We got back to our original opening and told them that we would have to search the tunnels one by one, which we did. After getting a good night's sleep, first thing in the morning, we grabbed what materials we needed and we went down the tunnels. We started from left to right. The first one all the way down to another blast door. Unfortunately, this one didn't open. We couldn't get the console to operate. It just would not turn on, and we couldn't figure out why. About 3 sets of lights prior to the door were just off. We went back and went to the second one. Again, we went down, but this time we found a side room, some sort of control area. It was barely a security checkpoint, big enough for about 3 people to stand in, with a few readouts, most of which didn't make sense to any of us. However, we still looked to see if there was any cameras or anything we could use, any type of materials, any firearms, ammo especially, but nothing. We continued down the tunnel and we found another blast door. This one, the lights went all the way to the end and the console was there. I motioned our man forward with the keys, and the very first one, boop, access granted. And we saw the mechanism slowly working, and then bolts knock out of place. We held up our weapons and looked as the door slowly opened. And in front of us was something I was not expecting to see. Well, maybe a little. It was a busted up room. We entered it and we looked over and we saw the same messed up staircase. I was like, there's no way. This can't be the same. This can't be right. A few of us moved over to the staircase and climbed it, and sure enough, we were in the same building, the same compound that the monster, the big troll monster had torn apart. I thought maybe they must all be interconnected. I asked if that's what everybody else thought, and they agreed. We went back to the blast door. There was nothing here, and we knew it, and we sealed it, just in case something else decided to come in behind us. We didn't want any openings. Going back down, it was time for the third one. Making our way down, we got to the end, and it was completely lit up. Again, keycard, bloop, access granted. And we watched the mechanism. This time, we didn't know what to expect, so we backed up a little bit. Just a little bit more. And a little bit more as the door began to open and then got stuck. It seemed to have something in the way. Using a small mirror, we looked around the corner, and sure enough, some sort of debris was in the way. We couldn't see what it was, but something was there. Maybe part of the building fell down. We didn't know. But we couldn't get the door mechanism to go any further. Pushing as hard as we could start moving it slightly, and very slowly. As the mechanism began to whine, we actually had to shut the door and then reopen it again. This time, as it began to open, we all got behind it and began to push. And we began to push the obstruction out of the way as the door opened enough for us to get through. And once it did, we hurried through to see what was on the other side. What we found on the other side was enough to make us all shake in fear. What had actually stopped the door was not just a simple obstruction, but something that had been adhered to the floor, adhered to the wall, adhered to the door, adhered to everything. We had just walked into a building that was covered in webs. Not completely covered, as we were able to get through the door itself, but as we looked around and moved our flashlights back and forth, you could see a whole bunch of different webbing around. The obstruction that we thought that was attached to the wall turned out to be something. I don't even know what it was, as it was still encased mostly in a web, yet you could see 2 large puncture wounds in the center of it. Thinking back to my times in anthropology, I realized that this might be a bad idea to be here, and others agreed. We began to back away from the door as we could hear something moving. Something who seemed to be quiet, seemed to be trying to be quiet, yet now that we have enhanced hearing, something too large to be as quiet as it wanted to be, as it was moving faster and faster as it wanted to get closer and closer. We realized as we got to the door that the motor was still whining as it was trying to open the door. We got through as we could hear the sound of something moving. It wasn't just one. Everything had suddenly gone into a fever pitch. Just as we hit the button to close the door, the engine turned off the whine and started to go the other way, and something shot through, and Bill suddenly went backwards screaming, what the fuck? And we looked over. Something had grabbed onto him, some sort of rope. We reached up and grabbed him and pulled as the door began to slow down. We looked over and we couldn't believe what we were seeing. This half arachnid, half woman thing was standing there. Its legs on both sides, once on the wall, once on the door as the door was closing. Web had come out of its abdomen and it grabbed Bill on the back like fucking Spider-Man, and it was pulling him. It was using its other legs to pull him. We looked at its eyes and it looked hungry. It was rubbing its hands together, its human's hands together, and licking its lips as though it had just found a tasty meal. Somebody had dropped a steak in front of a starving man. That's what it looked like as it pulled. We grabbed a hold of him and we pulled like hell. We were barely able to keep him from going backwards, and she began to pull even harder. Other spiders reached over and grabbed a hold, using their legs to also pull on this webbing. They couldn't quite get an angle to shoot more through, yet they pulled on the one strand that was there. Holy God, was that tight. One of the other guys grabbed the knife and tried to cut the webbing, but it just bounced off. We couldn't realize what the heck was going on. And we pulled and pulled and pulled as we were all being drawn towards the door. And we looked, and that thing screamed at us in curses and also in an inhuman scream as the door began to shut enough that they couldn't reach through. We knew we just had to hold him for a few more seconds, just long enough to keep him from being pulled through. And then when the mighty slam, the door ended up in place again and the mechanism began to hold. We looked at Bill. His red face had gone completely pale. As he looked over, that thing had not only grabbed him by the back, but had actually grabbed his tail. His tail was barely 6 inches from the door. Had it ended up in the door, he would have lost it. We looked over and tried to find a way to get him loose. We tried the knife again. That didn't work. We didn't want to shoot anything in an enclosed area. And then Bill had an idea. Just burn the damn thing. We looked over and I didn't have a lighter. I looked to our compatriot who did. He pulled it out, and as soon as he lit it and the flame touched the web snapped clean in half. It seemed to smolder as it moved up towards Bill and also back towards the door. We looked around to each other. What the hell was that? We realized we had entered a spider's nest. We realized there were things out there extremely dangerous, more dangerous than we had even thought. I'm sure even the trolls would have had trouble with these things. So we looked any way we could, and finally we found some sort of marking, anything we could. The only thing we had to mark it, though, was blood. I volunteered to be part of the giant X we had to draw. I sliced open the back of my hand and started smearing the one long side as Bill retreated over to the side, still shaking from the experience. Another of our number decided to slice his hand and start smearing down the side. A giant X ended up on the door. We then spelled on the bottom, "Do not open." And then on the side of the wall, someone else decided to get a little inventive, and they actually wrote "Spider's Nest" with a big arrow pointing at the door. Wrapping up our injuries, we headed back down the hallway. That would be it for the day. We had to tend our wounds now, and Bill was in no shape to continue anyway. I looked back and realized we should have just shot him, but everyone was freaking out too much trying to keep Bill from being taken. When we got back, we explained what had happened. Unfortunately, the children had overheard our conversation and were shaking uncontrollably for the rest of the night. I have to admit, I had to hold on to a few of the women who started shaking as well. There was no funny business there, as everyone was simply too scared. That was one of the few nights we kept the generator running all night, but we kept the doors down to the basement levels locked and barricaded. We were not going to let anything in. The next 2 days, we searched the other halls. We ended up in the basement level of our pod room, if you want to call it that, at one of them, and the other one led to a second building that was full of pods. These ones had already been opened. We had to hazard a guess that this was the ones from the sanctuary area. When we went to the next one, we realized that that one had trouble with its power. The lights were flickering on and off, and yet we still had enough power at the door that the console was operating. Reaching over for the key cards, our buddy hit it and got a access denied. Surprised, he reached for another key card and again got a denied. Like, okay, what's going on here? Finally, we're access granted, and the door began to open. This time, not taking any chances, we took a few steps way back and made sure our safeties were off with our weapons up. The door clanked and then slowly began to open. We watched as it slowly began to move. And we didn't move a single muscle. Not until the door was all the way open and it stopped with that huge thud. Moving slowly, we pulled up our flashlights and we moved around. We looked left and right. And as we did, we were blinded by lights. The lights had actually turned on. This shouldn't be possible unless somebody's running the generator. We looked around, and we couldn't figure out who had turned the generator on. Was this a backup battery or something? Is it a motion detector? We looked around and realized that this was just another smaller room. We realized we would have to go up a floor to find out what was going on. 2 of our numbers stayed by the door just in case, and the rest of us went upstairs. Moving up the stairs, I kept clearing each corner methodically, making sure nothing came around. We turned the corner and realized something. The generators. We couldn't hear the generators. It was a backup battery. We didn't have a backup battery. What was so important about this one? Why was this so important that they would need a backup battery system? We cleared the bottom basement level with all the generators, all the plumbing and everything. It looked like it had not been touched recently, but more recently than 10 years. It wouldn't be until we got up to the next floor that we truly received the shock that we were not truly expecting. How was this even possible? So far, we've been human enough to face the horrors of this world, human enough to stay together, human enough to make allies, and human enough to search the unknown. Are we human enough to handle this? Upon reaching the barracks area, we began to look around, but it was very easy to see that a lot of the beds had been used. It wasn't like the area that we had found, that everything was fresh and clean, and nothing had been even opened up. We moved across as we moved to each bed looking, and we saw that the beds were stained. Some with dark yellow stains, but others with dark red. There was also stains across the floor, drag marks, it was clear to see. Yet, we continued to move forward as we didn't see any bodies. We moved over towards the kitchen area, and we thought we heard something. We all moved very slowly. I tried using the old hand signals I knew, but unfortunately they still didn't understand them. So I had to use as basic as I could to tell everybody to wait, hold on, and follow me in. I took point, flipping the safety off as I moved into the kitchen. Moving around, I could smell something. Something very, very rancid. The hell could smell? Oh, God, that smells like crap. Oh, jeez. Trying to wipe the tears from my eyes as I was moving around. It was terrible. And then I moved over towards the area I thought I smelled it from. I was right. Inside one of the freezers, I looked in as the small little bit of light that came from the emergency lights peered in. So I lifted up my flashlight, clicked it on, and looked inside. The whole place had been cleared out of all its food, at least whatever was being preserved, and on the ground was just piles and piles of feces. At least I think it was. We began to move around to the next area of the kitchen, and then I saw 2 of our number turn and raise their rifles, looking at the kitchen door. What'd you see? I don't know, they said. Something moved. We moved to the next area of the kitchen where the storage was. Slowly opening the door, we moved inside, and what we found amazed us. There was a child. This young, extremely pale, red-headed child shivering in the corner. It had made itself basically a fort with all the soup cans and everything like that. There were open cans of food all over the floor. This maybe 8-year-old little child was just looking up at us, scared. And we lowered our weapons. I tried to move forward and try to get their attention. Excuse me, are you okay? I asked. We were still human enough to have empathy, of course, and none of us were just going to shoot a kid. But the child was simply shaking. The clothes were disheveled, seemingly hadn't been changed in Lord knows how many years. Many of the clothes were either too big or too small, and all of them extremely dirty. The child reeked. The whole area smelled horrible. So I put my weapon down and walked up and kneeled next to it. I introduced myself and held out my hand. Then she slowly reached out and grabbed mine. She introduced herself. Turned out it was a young girl. I asked her where her parents were, and she began to freak out. Then she jumped at me and held on tight. For a moment, I thought she was going to cut the circulation off to my skin, but then again, I'm blue. I wouldn't have been able to tell. Billy came up next to him, and she reached over and started freaking out at the sight of Billy's tail. Of course, he wasn't the only one with the tail or horns or anything of that nature, but for some reason she was afraid. We tried to get as answers as we could, but there wasn't any. I looked over and asked a few of our guys, "Hey, can you take her back while we search the rest of this place?" 3 of our number took her back. They almost had to pry her arms off of me to take her back, but I kept telling her, "It'll be okay, it'll be okay." To my surprise, she said, "Okay, ma'am." I had to chuckle a little bit as I turned to Billy and, "Do I really look that feminine now?" He kind of shrugged it off, but we continued our search. We looked around for any other survivors, but we didn't find much of anything. A couple of discarded bones here and there, and a lot of blood streaks. We couldn't figure out what was going on until one actually turned and said, "Hey, what about this?" Picking up a book, of all things. "What does it say?" Billy asked. He said, "It looks like a diary." "Hold on, let me look in this." And he started reading as we continued on. We moved up to the upper levels, but didn't find anything. Most of the upper levels had been torn apart. Something had gone in there. It looked like the old-fashioned bull in a china shop, as all the cubicles were torn to pieces. There was not a single piece of furniture that wasn't damaged or outright destroyed. Every window was busted, and several of the stone walls had holes in them. Whatever happened here, we were not sure we wanted to know. Staying on the top floor, as that had the most light, we cracked open that diary and we began to read it. As it turns out, it was the diary of a woman, and we listened on as she spoke about how things had changed. Some sort of cyber attack or something like that. They didn't understand what it was, but the electronics around the world had started to go haywire. Something had shut down a lot of things, a lot of electronics. Streetlights didn't work, of that matter. They wondered if it was a CME, some type of solar flare, maybe a terrorist attack. Maybe somebody had just started freaking out and started flipping switches for some reason, as large portions of the continent were without power, but no one knew. It was at that point they ran to these facilities. Many of the people in this facility were workers. They were also realizing very quick that this was an escape route for those who were well off financially. As we read, we discovered the truth about these facilities. They weren't just there for our medical care. It was also there so that everyone could be collected and then brought down to the facility we were currently staying at. The facility where we found all those tire tracks. Everyone would follow the tunnels safely, closing the doors behind them to make sure nothing followed them, and then they would take off in a convoy. I still don't know why they would bug out, considering they had this huge underground expansion. But it is believed by us that this facility was not meant to be permanent, which stands to reason. There's no growing areas for food or anything of that nature. This was a temporary stop. But as we read, we found out that the woman who wrote the diary had got to the facility and with several others found out that the blast doors had been closed and couldn't be opened from the other side. We'd freaked out for a moment until we remembered that we left the door open, and if it was closed, our colleagues would have come back by now. We continued reading, and the woman explained that she was pregnant. She had given birth only 2 days after she had gotten in the facility, and they had tried to stay within the facility as best they could. However, it wasn't long before they found all the reports coming in over what was left of their communications equipment of monsters ripping the world apart. These monsters varied from the massive trolls to some sort of dragons all the way to skinwalkers and such. It seemed like almost everything out of lore, old and new, was coming to life and going after population centers. These creatures, what made them dangerous wasn't their size or their strength, although that actually played a part, but it was the fact that they were smart. The diary noted that there was video that they watched of these monsters would be eating something, and then someone would show up with a firearm, but before the first shot was fired, the creature would take off to the side, wait for the person with the firearm to get close to check the body, and then pounce from another direction, taking out the one with the weapon. They were very smart. Smart enough that it made them even more dangerous. We continued to listen as our friend read in the diary as he spoke about how they tried to remain in the facility and simply waited for help. However, help did not arrive before something else. She claimed that different type of creatures had come and tried to break in, eventually starting to crack the windows. Some were massive creatures and started to beat on the side of the walls. We all heard this, looked over at one of the sides, and there was a giant hole in the brick. We also realized that again, there was no glass left in these windows. Something had busted in and tore this place asunder. He continued reading and explained that these creatures had got in and not really attacked each other, but began looking for something. They didn't know what, but everyone tried to stay in the lower areas as they tried to protect themselves. They didn't have much firearms. Whatever they found in the storage locker, sure, but they didn't think it would be enough for whatever the hell was trying to beat its way down into the lower levels. They could hear these creatures pounding on the doors. These were not blast doors. They were fire doors at most. They could hear the door actually being pulled from the other side as the metal itself would groan, and they all would sit there waiting to see if something would come in. During this time, she tried to raise her child as little as they could. They were in the facility for about 4 years before the doors were finally breached. 4 years they stayed down there. 4 years in fear, riding off whatever in the hell they were doing to keep the generators running. We still don't know. We're trying to figure that one out, because if they have some special way, then we need to know. Then again, this is the only facility with a backup battery system, it seems like. As he read on, it wasn't long before the creatures began to break through the ceiling, and they also began to rip the doors up. They could see things crawling and slithering and whatever the hell you want to call it on the other side. She mentioned how she was afraid for her daughter, and she told her daughter, if something happens, you stay in that area and you don't move. You stay there. She had taught her daughter how to ration food and how to make sure she could get water. Too bad she didn't teach her too much about hygiene. As we continued on, the last entry came in. As we turned the page, there was only one entry. It stated, God help us, they're almost through the door. I sent my daughter to the back and we'll make our stand here. I only pray that she makes it, even if I don't. This mama bear is going to protect her cub. If I have to go down, we'll go down swinging. There's only a few of us left anyway. There's 27 of us. We will make our stand here. If anyone finds this, if we don't make it, please take care of my daughter. Please. And that was it. The last word was not even completed on the page. And then I realized something. As he picked up the book the first time when he found it, it looked like it had simply been thrown onto the bed. The pages were flipped open as it was face down against the mattress. We looked at each other and realized that they had made their last stand. Whatever had gotten in had taken them all, but had not checked the back. Maybe it was the fact that the girl was in the freezer and they just didn't know to check the freezer. Maybe for whatever reason, maybe she pulled the Jurassic Park and stayed underneath in the cupboard, waited for everyone to be gone. We don't know. We wouldn't have any answers unless we went back and asked her, which would happen later. For right now, we simply held on to this book as a living memory of those who came before. We would also have to show our colleagues on the other side of the tunnel. However, for right now, it was simply looking out to see if there was anything around the facility we could still use, what we could salvage. There was. Thankfully, the young girl had realized rationing was extremely important and had just sat there shivering. It's no wonder she didn't talk much. Her mind was probably half broken at this point. Yet there was a lot of food she either couldn't reach or just hadn't reached yet. We took as much as we could for the time being. We would have to come back later for the rest of it. However, as we were getting ready to lead, we heard something. We heard flapping. Like wings. Like wings outside. What the hell was that? We started looking around at the windows. Shadows moved. This put us all on high edge. And I just heard Billy say, "We gotta get out of here." Without another word, we all rushed downstairs as quickly and quietly as we could. Something was there, and I didn't want to tangle with whatever had tore this building apart. We finally got down to the broken door and realized that the door wasn't just pulled off its hinges. The door was missing. Something was really big and really strong. This was not something we wanted to tangle with. Grabbing what we could, we headed to the blast door. We went into the blast door and went to close it. The mechanism groaned, but it didn't close. What the hell? A few of us went out, grabbed the blast door, and then hit the button and tried to push it so it would close. Nothing. It wouldn't move. It wouldn't budge. Oh crap, we can't leave this thing open. Now what do we do? We could hear more movement from the stairway. Something knew we were here, or at least knew something was about. We realized that we needed to do something and do something quick. Looking around for anything, finally, someone got the idea to simply push the door all the way open, and there was a satisfying chunk at the end. We had not realized the door had not opened the entire way. This must have been some sort of safety mechanism as we hit the shut valve, and immediately the door began to close. We took a sigh of relief. And then we saw something come down the stairs. Something monstrous. It was a chimera of sorts, some sort of mix between mammalian parts, reptilian parts. I could barely get a look at it. It kind of walked like a big tiger, but it had the coloring almost of a puma. It had some sort of snake-like head, and the front claws were that of talons. The tail was definitely reptilian. but we couldn't figure out what was going on, and the damn thing had 2 sets of wings on it. 2 sets. One in the front, one in the back, both large, and it wasn't until it turned sideways before it noticed us that we saw the wings. It flared its wings out in kind of a threatening display. As the door began to shut, it charged at us, but it stopped itself, sliding as the door shut closed. We didn't even hear it thump into the door. Whatever this was, it was big, dangerous, and smart. We didn't wait to find out what. We immediately hightailed it out of there. In some of our cases, that's a little more literal. We got finally to the central area, and then we found our own tunnel and ran up the tunnel, finding our own sentries at the top waiting for us. When we got there, all we kept saying is, "Close the door, close the door, close the damn door!" And the blast door was shut. We went upstairs and told everybody what had happened, and they were simply amazed at what was going on. They all freaked out at the idea of the spiders getting loose, but they had to be several kilometers out. Spiders don't like sunlight anyway, so maybe they only attack things when they come into the nest. We didn't know. However, we knew they were very dangerous. And whatever that flying chimera-looking thing was still something we did not want to tangle with. We may be armed, but bullets are precious at this point. The young ones were able to console the young girl as best we could. They cleaned her up, and we could finally see she wasn't brunette, but instead had red hair, extremely pale, with very, very light amount of freckles. We made sure that she was going to be able to get close to the sun, so she'd get some sort of vitamin D aside from the fluorescent lights, half of which were broken when we found her. We knew it would take a few more trips to get the resources we needed. However, we had to make sure everything was ready. We got the carts, we grabbed pretty much every weapon we could, and we made it back down the tunnels. This time, we knew exactly which one to go for. It wasn't until we got to the very end where things got very, very quiet. On the way there, we were all laughing and joking, as it were. However, once we got to that door, everyone got ready. Clicking the door open, we could hear the mechanism whine slowly as it tried to get the bolts out of place. Whatever was wrong with this door, the mechanisms were having issues. With the ka-chunk of the bolts moving, the door began to open slowly. We all raised our rifles, and you could hear the satisfying sound of safeties being clicked off as the door slowly opened. We kept those that came to help and to carry things to the back, and the door opened to an empty room again. We moved up slowly, very slowly, as we made our ways to the staircase so that we could get to the supplies. Slowly, slowly we made it through, even slower as we went. As we finally got to where the food finally was, a few of our party began to gag from the stench of bad food and feces that had been smeared all over. People looked at the old blood smears on the ground and realized that this is where they had made their stand. But the odd thing was, we didn't see any brass, no spent casings. How could they have not fired a shot? It didn't make sense. How in the hell was that even possible? We didn't really care. We simply went and got as much of the food as we could possibly get out of there, throwing a few of the swollen cans off to the side, of course, and anything that was clearly past its available date was cast off, and we moved out. As we began to make our way down to the staircase to finally load up the last of it, we could hear laughter. But not the laughter of a child, nor the laughter of a human. This was a low, slow laugh with a strange high pitch behind it. We looked around. Something was off. Something was here. It laughed again, but this time it wasn't alone. There was more laughing that came to be. We started to rush everyone down towards the stairs. Something was here. Something was in this building. There was more laughter, and then we realized it was coming from upstairs. Something realized we were here, and something was chuckling. Something was talking. We started moving down the stairs, and then something hit me. Something fell on me, and I fell forward, falling onto my rifle as something that was latched onto my head was laughing and kicking and scraping and going down my back. Another one landed on the midsection of my back and started tearing at me. I flipped over as fast as I could, but this thing was still on me. Reaching up, I grabbed what I thought was its mandibles. I grabbed two small squishy arms, and I began to pull them apart, screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" And then I heard several shots ring out, and blood splattered as more of these things just jumped down and started slashing at us, coming out of everywhere. We couldn't figure out what was going on. Being confined in the staircase, we were thrashing around as much as we could. I finally was able to reach over, grab my weapon, but unfortunately it was aimed almost directly at me. When I reached up, I could feel the barrel up against the side of my forearm. I forced it off to the side instinctively, and it went off. The bullet ricocheted down the hallway. And I looked at what had grabbed it. It was a fucking goblin. A goblin straight out of a freaking TV show. What the hell is this? And there was more of them. Much more. They kept coming. More of them and more of them. They kept running up, laughing and jumping down. We started thrashing as best we could. I finally was able to pry my weapon onto their hands and just swung it like a baseball bat with one hand as I crushed one of their heads against the side. The spray of fluid went across and scared a few of them away, yet others kept coming. Strength in numbers, I guess, as I looked up, made sure the safety was off, and I began to blast up the hallway, shooting through these little bastards. The little 5.56 round going straight through one, into another, passing through it, and into a third. These things were meant to pierce, and with these small bodies of the goblins, it made short work of each one it struck. I reached up, and one of them was grabbing at Bill. It was trying to rip Bill's clothes off. What the hell? They were pulling at his tail as he was trying desperately to thrash himself forward. He was stuck on the ground on all fours as he was trying desperately to get up. They were clawing at him and biting him, trying to make sure he couldn't lift himself up. Each time they bit into him, he would thrash sideways and fall over. I realized this, got over top of him, and started kicking and thrashing and screaming and spitting as best I could. Another one jumped up on me and landed up, grabbing onto my hair, started pulling me off to the side, starting to claw at my eyes. I flipped sideways, smashing my head against the wall, crushing its ribs. I could hear audible crack as it did, and this thing yelped in pain. This strange sound came out of it, and it was almost pain, but almost pleasure in this freaking scary thing. I realized that some of our number were being dragged back upstairs, kicking and screaming by 15 to 20 of these freaking things. It wasn't just me now, but several of our number had actually come up and started helping thrashing at these freaking goblins. How many of them were there? We started grabbing our own people and basically playing a tug-of-war. Thankfully, we were a lot larger, and we didn't just yanked as hard as we could, and we were able to pull them forward. We got them down the stairs and into the doorway, and that's when the goblins realized we had more on our side than they had anticipated for. As the doorway restricted their number coming through, we simply shot them, kicked them, punched them, threw blades, anything we could we threw at them, and eventually one of our number actually got the genius idea of throwing something really big into the doorway. As the doorway immediately went to a solid 90-degree turn just outside, this large cart that he had brought slowed them down considerably. That was our cue. We grabbed as many as we could, and we got the resources in the tunnel. As we backed up into the tunnel, you could hear shots ringing out. Well, the ringing in the ears was so much so that you almost couldn't hear anything after the first few shots, but we continued to back up, shooting these things as we went. They became more and more voracious. They went from laughing to screaming and growling as they began to fan out around the room. There was no way we could actually shoot them all the way they were coming in, so we backed up all the way to the doorway, and I just heard, "Run!" as somebody had already hit the mechanism to close the door. When we saw the door closing, I grabbed one of the men next to me as he hadn't noticed, and I dragged him by the shoulder back. We ran through the door just as it was starting to get too small to get through, and we finally saw these goblins coming in, and they came in as a flood of sickly green, almost scaly skin, as these things with disgusting teeth started screaming at us. We fired a couple shots down just trying to get them back. A few of them actually tried to make it in through the door, and the door mechanism itself slowly crushed them in between it. And the sounds of bones crackling as the fluids began to spew out on both sides of the door was actually very calming. Only one of the goblins had made it through, and then realized that it was the only one, and had a true look of "oh shit" on its face as it realized what was going on. Without skipping a beat, Bill, who had lost almost all the clothing south of his chest, looked up at this thing, and it looked at him again in fear. Bill then reached up with his hand, closed his fist, came down as hard as he could on the goblin's head, and there was an audible crack as the power went through the goblin's head and into its neck and spine, cracking several vertebrae. On the ground, it squealed in pain, but it could barely move as part of the vertebrae had already severed. Only one arm was still functional as it went around, and Bill raised his foot up and stomped clean on its neck. Then it stopped moving. We looked at each other, started counting up, seeing who was injured. What the hell were these things after? They weren't after our food. Why were they attacking us? The hell was wrong with these things? As everyone's adrenaline began to subside, we made sure that we made a mental note to never go to that area again. We wondered as we walked how the young girl had survived these things, and then we realized something. We were making a lot of noise. A lot of noise. These goblins must have been attracted to it. How could there be so many? What the hell were feeding so many? And why did they try to take us alive? That made even less sense. A few theories were spit out as we went. However, most everyone was just concerned with getting the hell away from there as fast as they could. When we finally got back, we told everybody what had happened. We told them that the world is even more dangerous than we ever thought. However, now we knew the truth. Our modifications that we had were not due to some rich kid going in and changing the code. They were not due to any sort of craziness of some malicious person. Not deliberately anyway. But simply the change of the code itself. At least now we know the truth. We looked at the group and everyone was in deep contemplation of this. And I wondered, were we human enough to deal with the truth? After our adventure in the tunnels, it was decided that we needed to up our defenses. We set up a bit of a wall down around the blast door just in case someone happened to figure out how to come into it. However, that was not what our primary goal was. We decided that we needed to build walls around this facility, walls tall enough that we could keep the large boars and the goblins out, tall enough and strong enough to keep those trolls from being able to bust in and tear the building apart. After setting up our design, we realized we didn't have the tools to make this happen, not yet. It would take 2 to 3 days to walk to the nearest town so that we could actually raid them and get tools that we needed. I was in that group. We set out first thing in the morning and walked. However, we tried to stay off the road as best we could. It was not a fun walk at all, as it would be a whole lot faster if we were on the road, but the last thing we needed was to be out in the open and caught quite literally with our pants down, as much of our clothes was beginning to fall apart. Staying in the woods at night was another deal of itself. It was just crazy. We ended up staying awake most of the nights. As we couldn't keep a fire, we worried that was going to be a beacon for anything out there. Would fire make them go away, or would it attract them? Our money was on attracting. So we simply tried to huddle together, trying to stay warm in the cool night air, which is where a bunch of us joked at how our transformations had made us look more, well, I should actually say, less masculine. I mean, we were still guys, but I don't think any of us had had to shave since we actually came out of our pods. We were all lanky and skinny, but that was mainly for the fact that we hadn't been able to eat much. However, the joking would cease as soon as we heard anything. The slightest sound, the slightest movement, even if it was just a breeze, was enough to put our nerves on end. We didn't sleep, not much if we could, and we moved on to the town. It still took us a few days to actually reach it, but we were grateful when we did, as we found out that the hardware store itself had not been busted into, not by much anyway. The door itself was broken, but very few materials were actually removed. We even saw bags of potting soil, along with things to actually grow plants in, which we looked at and eyed with utter amazement that something like this was left behind. However, we were not there for that. We were there for anything to do woodworking with. We found saws, axes, and things of that nature. Even handheld planers, which was nice. However, we had to discard all the wonderful power tools that we wish we could use. In an attempt to keep morale up, Steve came at us with a non-functional chainsaw and said, "I am Leatherface." Ah! We all must have been tired because we all laughed at that. Being that tired, you're basically drunk. We decided to stay in the town for that night, pushed off into the back room. However, in the back room, we'd have found something interesting. We found that there were stairs. Stairs to a supply area. And in that supply area, we found a treasure trove of what we truly needed. There were seeds, boxes and boxes of seeds, each one in their own little packet, just getting ready to be put on the shelf. I didn't know if these seeds were viable, but there's only one way to find out. We ended up staying and making sure that all the wheelbarrows that we found were all together, and any carts we could find were being used. We would have to use the road this time, because going through the woods with this equipment was just not going to happen. We loaded up with everything we could and left that morning after a halfway decent sleep. And we made it as fast as we could, making at least twice the distance. However, we will still have to stay outside that night. As we did, it wasn't just the nerves of something coming after us that kept us awake. It was the possibility that someone was going to come after our supplies as well, and this entire trip would be pointless. In the distance, we could hear howling. I didn't know if it was a coyote, a wolf, or something else, but we could hear it, and it wasn't alone either. The thing is, we could hear it moving. We would whisper to each other. We can hear them moving down the ridge. Hear them moving back that way. They're coming towards us. They're going away. What are they doing? Someone who actually knew animals better said they're circling their prey. They're trying to push something somewhere. I didn't understand that, so he explains that canines will actually sweep an area trying to get prey to come out of their holes so they can chase it down. I thought that was very smart. And as he was explaining this in the hushed tone, we suddenly heard these things go from howling to barking and then tearing into something. There was screams off in the dark, a mixture of somewhere between a ravenous goose as it hissed, the sound of metal coming together and ripping apart almost like nails on a chalkboard, and the scream of a wounded bear. We didn't even know what the fuck was going on. We just held together, weapons out, backs to each other, just facing out and waiting, hoping whatever the hell was out there didn't find us. We could still hear thrashing in the woods as something was fighting these, whatever was out there. Something was not going down without a fight. We didn't know what it was, and we really, really didn't want to find out. Looking out, I thought I saw movement, and I flicked my safety off. Thankfully, it turned out to be nothing. So I slowly put the safety back on. We didn't sleep that night either. And with the very first glimmer of daylight, not even dawn, we were gone. We got on the road, and we all double-timed as fast as we could, staying together. As we jogged down the street, we tried to miss all the potholes so we didn't lose anything. Nobody spoke as we were running out of breath pretty quick. We saw the distant facility, and we realized we could make it. We just had to keep going. We got to the facility, and thankfully they were waiting for us at the door. We ran inside and started yelling, "Lock the door, lock the door, lock the door, lock the door." Everybody couldn't figure out. So we don't know if we've been followed or not, so lock the damn door. Thankfully they did. We began to look through the supplies we had and started dividing tasks. First, we had to actually find which wood to chop down, which wasn't hard as there was trees everywhere, but we had to decide which ones we were going to take. Once those were down, they had to be dragged in and then processed. Another group would be in charge of that. And then finally, one group for building. While this was all happening, another group would stay inside and make sure everything was ready for us. The division of labor outside obviously split mostly with men. However, there were a few females who were much broader, I should say, than when they first went in. One of them, the females, who was quite girthy, looked at us smiling with those tusks of hers, saying, "Oh no, I need a good workout." We didn't argue, especially since I knew how strong she actually was. This project would take us weeks, if not months, to complete. We knew we would be blowing through calories and we would be using up a lot of our resources. However, it was decided that the cost was enough. I was on the ones to help them knock the trees down, as I had had some experience in logging. A little bit. But a little bit at this point was way better than nothing. We felled the trees, limbed them off, and had to drag them back. Those who were processing everything were inside with some of the smaller tools as they cut everything to size, and those who were building obviously took those and did what they were going to do. Eventually, we got ourselves in a bit of a rhythm, so much so that those building actually told us to slow down as they were having too much logs to back up. However, we told them, "Hey, just go faster." The walls themselves, though spiky towards the top and bottom, were nothing really to sneeze at. They weren't much of anything. We tried to make sure that they were definitely thick enough so that if one of those rampaging boars came through and struck it, it wouldn't just fall over like a bunch of toothpicks. We also had to make sure it was tall enough that if a troll showed up, we could shoot him in the eye, or at least spit in his eye from where we were. And we also had to make sure that if it tried to cross over, it would get stuck on one of the spikes. Being tall enough to deal with the goblins, of course, was not a problem. That was an easy one, as long as it was at least 8 feet tall. However, we weren't taking any chances. We made sure that everything was made to spec. If that meant that we had to pull duty all night as we had people watching while holding torches, that's what we did. Survival in and of itself is no grand gesture. It is not glamorous. It's not fun at all. It is simply getting the job done and nothing more. As we worked, we saw different animals poke their heads out, and I use the word animal loosely, very loosely. We could see some of those flying harpy, whatever the hell they were, up in the sky. We figured they were more scavengers, as they never came down towards us talons first. We could hear things off in the forest, and every once in a while see something poking its head out, but immediately go back in, something that was just watching us. Thankfully, no trolls. That was our biggest fear, as we were not able to stop one as of yet. However, as we were building the walls, we had a very interesting surprise. A small group from the original sanctuary we had found had stumbled on us as they were hunting for food. They saw our walls in the distance and came to say hello. This was a welcome sight to see by far. We offered them what little we could, and we decided to set up some sort of trade between them. However, we were actually surprised by something else they told us. There was another town similar to what we were setting up and similar to what they had. What do you mean there's another one? We didn't see one. They told us if we had gone to the far side of the town that we had raided for supplies, we would have found it. It was basically a cul-de-sac of houses that they had built walls around, and they were using that as their location and slowly building out in circles instead of the giant square we were using. We were confused at this, but happy that there were more. Who was there? Was it humans or was it us? It was no surprise to the group that it was, well, just our kind, if you want to call it that. Our different type of species and races around. However, we realized that there was another place to trade with, more commerce, more, I don't want to say people, but more like us. Maybe we could possibly build trade with them and build more communities. More communities meant more chance of survival with everyone. So it was decided once the walls were built, both groups would go and talk to them. So we reached out when the walls were built and we had something to trade with them. We went out. However, we did not get far. We found out very quickly that there was something between us and them. The eyes that had been watching us were not watching us just because they wanted a way into our facility, but also waiting when we separated from our main group. Obviously, a single straggler is easier to take down than a whole community, a whole herd. So they waited until we were on the road. Using the road, we thought we would get there much faster, and then suddenly we heard something after we smelled it. Something was disgusting. Something reeked in the air. It made all of us hold our hands over our noses as we just like, oh, what in the hell? Did somebody take a shit in my nose or something? What's going on? And we looked and we realized there were faces in the trees. Not faces on the trees, but in the trees. We were being watched. We immediately circled up and faced out. We looked and we could see each of these faces. Each one was pale, didn't even seem to have eyes as they looked forward towards us. The face was pale, long like a deer, almost like a deer's skull. And then someone said it. Skinwalkers. With that, I immediately flipped the safety off my weapon system. But I looked, so what the hell is this thing going to do against those? If the rumors are true, skinwalkers, bullets don't do anything. Fire does. What the hell am I going to do? And then I reached in and realized I still had one of the lighters somebody had given me. We looked over and they hadn't moved. They seemed like they were waiting. They were waiting for us to start moving so they could try and pick us off. Is that what they wanted? Could they possibly? And with a sudden scream, they all bolted towards us. I raised my rifle and fired, catching one right between the eyes. I watched his head clip back, and then it slowly moved forward. The skull itself was cracked. Part of it was missing, but the damn thing was still looking at me. It started moving forward, but it began to stagger as it reached over and grabbed something and threw it at me. I saw another one rushing in, seemingly on all fours, as it came up and hit one of the other party. It tore them apart, reached up, and its maw opened from underneath, and it grabbed a hold of the creature's chest and ripped it open. I heard him scream in pain as others began to fire and swing at this thing. The one I had shot, I looked over, and it was still coming, but it was staggering. Whatever I had done, I had slowed it down. It came up to me, I fired again and again and again into its chest, and it didn't even seem to care. It just flinched a little bit from the impact. It got right up towards my face, and I swear that son of a bitch had to smile. I pulled my left hand up with the lighter in hand, and I flicked it. Nothing. Flicked it again. Just a spark. Flicked it. Just a spark. Son of a bitch. This thing leaned over, looked me right in the eyes, as not only was I trying to flick the lighter, but I was constantly squeezing the trigger on an empty rifle. And then it flicked on, and that 1-inch flame caught the end of that skinwalker and started catching it on fire. It wailed in pain as it started to thrash, and it went back towards the wood, but it didn't get far. It started to drop down and roll on the ground, still thrashing around. It was almost like the outside of it was covered in oil as the flames slowly spread. It couldn't smother it out, and it was clearly in pain as it screamed. It panicked and thrashed about. That was when the other skinwalkers seemed to look at it and, in fear, bolted into the woods. That was when we grabbed our injured and we ran. We weren't sticking around. Now we had empty rifles, and we had just pissed off these damn things. And we bolted down the road. We didn't stop running for at least an hour. We had lost one of our members by the time we'd stopped. We had thrown his body into the wheelbarrow trying to get him out, but he was done. He was a purple skin type of creature with horns, hooves at the foot. I felt bad that we had lost him, but we couldn't sit there and mourn too long. We wanted to know if we had time to bury him, but we knew that if we buried him, the skinwalkers would just come and dig him up anyway. We brought him into the forest, and we made a makeshift platform. We gave him a Native American funeral, prayed. However, we couldn't stay, as we could hear things off in the woods. Apparently, we had made a hell of a racket, and we had drawn whatever in the hell was still out there our way. We could hear large trees being pushed over and crushed. This only meant one thing. The trolls were close, and we couldn't stay. Having to pick up one of the other members, a female who was crying and was completely inconsolable. Bill helped throw her over his shoulder, and they took off. We got back to the road, grabbed our supplies, and ran towards the town. We got there almost at dark. Since it was dark, those in the cul-de-sac were hesitant to let us in. However, as we got there, they realized that they recognized one or two of the creatures that were with us from the other group, and they allowed us in. Sanctuary. We were so exhausted, the only thing we asked for was some water, which they happily obliged, as they realized we had items to trade. I remember sitting down, trying to catch my breath, looking at Bill and hearing him say, "Okay, let's not do this twice." I smiled at him a little bit as I realized that he knew that we would have to come down this road several times. It was now a trade route, which meant that we would be susceptible to attack. Listening to the sounds of the night, we could hear things screaming, crunching, almost laughing at some points. But we were inside the new walls, and that's all that mattered. Later that next day, we were able to talk to those in charge of the cul-de-sac. One of them was a blue skin like me. However, the voice kind of messed it up, as the voice was very light, but then again, sometimes you can't tell with our new forms. They had they had cut their hair shorter than me. I had let my hair grow longer as I thought it looked nicer. And we decided that everything in trade, of course, as long as it was within reason. One could not be forced to trade, of course, but it is what it is. We were now looking at each other and realizing something that we had not really put together. We looked like something out of one of those old video games, all these different species together. We thought it was funny. We thought it was a joke. Well, we would soon find out that the joke, it was on us. After all that fun trying to keep the convoy alive as we brought our tradable goods around to each of the areas, it was very quickly decided that each of the village will supply their own convoy of goods to go around to trade. Of course, there was also a need to find out what was beyond the 3 villages we had so far. To our shock, we found 4 more, all of which were surprisingly isolated still in this massive valley we were in. Each of the mountains raised very high, must have been at least 8,000 feet, if not better. However, I don't remember it being that way when we first came in. However, we did need to find the easiest and quickest routes around. That was not difficult once we started making maps, of course. That being said, the maps were not the most interesting part. The most interesting part is that each of the settlements began to resemble something out of a fantasy novel. Each of them had different types of creatures running around, whether it be demon-looking, ogre-looking, some sort of blue tiefling-looking thing like me, couple centaurs, couple lamias. We always had to watch out for trolls and werewolves, things of that nature. But basically, if it could talk and carry on a conversation, it was pretty much welcome in our settlements. We didn't have too many people migrating from settlement to settlement, with the exception of course, different clans starting to form. These were mostly set up between the different species. I don't know exactly what type I am anymore. I mean, I called myself tiefling, but we don't call ourselves that. We really don't know because we don't fall in any of those fantasy categories. I remember seeing it once on some sort of video, but that was way back in the day. Regardless of all that, once we actually started drawing the maps and figuring out trade routes and starting to send out hunting parties to hunt for our food, gather in groups, of course, and as soon as we possibly could, we began to farm. Again, our villages began to look more like fantasy than anything else, although we didn't have much except medieval knowledge to work off of, so we worked on that. Most houses were now huts. The interior was some sort of castle or keep, and yet there were still walls around one. Different walls, as it were. I made sure to remind people, as I had watched a bunch of videos long back in the day about how castles were built, that we couldn't line all the doors up straight forward. This was to make sure nobody decided to bust down one door and then just keep running into the second. Of course, not everyone thought this way. Others kept their villages rather small and their defenses light, although they had a rather large population. We did not have the largest population by far, however, we were not the smallest group. However, with our large facility in the center, we were actually the most fortified. And it was well known that if anything happens, everyone would come to us, and if all else fails, we would hide in the tunnels. We could get the generators working fairly quick, open the doors, and then just shut the generators down. However, the catacombs, as they came to be called, were not something anyone wanted to go into. We all remember the spiders, of course. As it was above ground level, things started to actually form up in decent societies. We had different shops, farmers, ranchers. One area actually had a river very close by, so they actually had a grain mill, which worked out wonderfully because we had land that we could grow wheat on. Thankfully, we had a few seeds that actually worked out well. We were able to start our own farming, ranching, and so on. Survival's not fancy or glamorous, but it is required. And eventually all the walls segmented out, and they also had cuts in them, different small walls to separate each of the crops as we had to rotate them over time. This was not an easy thing to do, as none of us were farmers. We had a couple botanists, but no actual monoculture farmers to work with. So it was not a simple process, and we ran out of our main supply within the first 2 years. Within 4 years, though, everything began to stabilize. However, there was still tension between each of the different settlements, most of which vying for whatever type of wealth they could get, which was normal, as I see we're not beyond human to be too damn greedy for our own good. However, we only had to truly worry about one settlement, the largest of them. It had the largest population. However, many people are hesitant to move out of their area as they don't know if there's going to be residents when they're going to go to another settlement. And staying out in the woods is not exactly something we want to do. The woods are still packed with creatures and monsters that can't speak and are strictly on animalistic senses. Every once in a while, we actually hear the alarms go off because of some sort of skinwalker or some yokai-looking thing that's out in the woods. In fact, it was very, very interesting when we saw what looked like a young woman hiding behind a tree. A few of the guys went out, and by the time I got there, they were within about 20 feet trying to coax her out into the open. And then when she came out from behind the bush, we saw there was more than one. There was 4. There was 1 adult woman and 3 young kids, all of which that had either cat or fox ears on the top of their head, not human ears. And sure enough, 3 of them had big bushy tails. 1 of them just didn't have a tail, but had the ears. And the one that didn't have a tail had some sort of strange augmentation on their feet. I was a little nervous as I had seen videos of scary things like this, but at this point, all of us looked scary. So we coaxed her in and added her to our group. Thankfully, she could speak, but she spoke in a language none of us understood. Although we could recognize it was obviously an Eastern language and she was Asian after all, which did make sense. However, this started us thinking. We started looking into the old lore, talking to each other about what was the different type of creatures from their own histories. If you were from Europe, Africa, Asia, South America, each of these began to actually match up. It was very odd. They were outliers, of course, me being one of them, but there was only 3 that we knew of that were like me. There was me, my new friend Roy, and another one who was in the first settlement we were at. And she doesn't leave. She has a job there. A very, well, let's just say it's the world's oldest profession, and leave it at that. That being said, everyone matched up again. We couldn't figure it out. We started looking into some of the old names that were on the side of the pods whenever we got the power going, and we could find those that had actually busted out. One we knew was a Minotaur. It only took a quick look at the name to realize that he was from the Greece area. Greece, Italy, that sort of area. It was starting to be an odd add-up of things. However, we didn't really have time for that, as the other villages were having a bit of trouble keeping their different clans in line, as some of these were in the double digits of numbers. They easily outnumbered any other different clan, and when I say clan, I mean different species. However, they tended to group together as they were seemingly close. Lizard men and the Lamias, of course, both being reptiles, would lump themselves together, and anyone that looked almost demonic would be lumped together, and they would seem to draw to each other as well. However, this would form different clans that would argue about who had how many resources, who deserved how many, the typical human bullshit, which kind of made me smile knowing that we were still human enough to bullshit. However, the only problem was we realized that some of them were not upping their defenses, but instead seemingly preparing for battle. I didn't understand this. Why? Why would they prepare for battle? There's so few of us left. We can't get anywhere outside this freaking valley. What are they doing? There's plenty of resources for everybody. Why would they prepare for war? And then it suddenly occurred to all of us. I just wish I was smart enough to understand it. The ones in charge of that village wanted to rule all the villages, forgetting one simple thing, that when you have small groups like this, they must remain separated and cannot fall under a central government as they wanted. The central government would do everything for its own village and leave the rest to rot, stealing all their crops, all their livestock, just to bring it back to the central. That's what Rome did, and that's one of the things that destroyed them. The sheer idiocy of indefinite expansion, especially when you know you're limited on how far you can go, is just an insane idea. I led our own group to their leaders to find out what the problem was, why they wanted to do this. I looked up at the two in charge. Both of them had changed into a humanoid version of, I remember hearing Copalaba. I couldn't remember. I don't speak the language. But they had bodies that were similar to human, at least humanoid, but had very canine-ish features. But the head was long and stretched like that of an anteater. It was a little disturbing to look at. Both of which truly had their wits about them as they began to yell at how they understood things better than anyone else. They should be the ones to rule, and since they are much stronger than them, we all agreed that their village and their village alone was the strongest amongst all of us, but there was no way they could stand against all the villages at the same time, and they should know this. However, they stood firm and demanded that they were the ones that should rule, as they had the strongest army. They would be the ones. If we did not bend our knee and submit to them, then they would come take us by force. Many of us laughed at this. Seriously laughed. They did not laugh, and instead ordered their own people to lower their spears at us. I looked around. Even Billy, with his buddy, since he wasn't hanging around with me, he had another demon friend. I could see both of them spike their tails up in a moment of, oh shit. I looked around, reaching for my blade. None of us had any guns. They weren't any good anymore since we didn't have any ammo. But pulling my blade out, and everyone else did the same thing. I heard one of the other members of the group scream up at these two. Don't waste their lives, and you don't want to go to war with everybody. You kill us, you have to fight every village at once. It was enough to make both of them think. Both of these anteater-looking things looked at each other, spoke in their native tongue to each other, and then seemed to rub their noses against each other as some form of a kiss, and then ordered the rest to lower their weapons. I stood there with my knife, backed away as I tried to reach for my second blade, which I then remembered I didn't bring, and suddenly wanted to smack myself for not doing so. We offered them the chance to forget this little incident and go back to the original status quo. However, they insisted that eventually everyone would bow to them, if not now, but soon. I kind of chuckled at this, as I knew that even with all the other clans and all the other villages combined, they could not breach our inner walls. It wasn't possible. However, they could do normal siege tactics and starve us out. As harvest season was coming up, that was a very high probability. Many of us, as we walked out of their village, were slowly talking with our compatriots. We all made a plan to make sure that our harvest was not stolen. We also made it a point to stop trade with this village, as they had threatened us, and demanded that we give them discounts, let them trade at whatever price they chose, that we wouldn't have a say. There would be no barter anymore. They would dictate what it would be. We would not bend the knee to them. They would be a village alone now, and none of us would allow them close. This would work very, very quickly. Within 2 months, as the first month was harvest season, but the second month, as no more convoys arrived, no more traders showed up at their village, they began to wonder, what were their leaders doing? As their own traders showed up at our gates, we shunned them away and told them until their leaders apologize and to bend a knee in asking for our forgiveness, they would not be accepted in our village to buy, sell, or trade anything. This was non-negotiable. Their leaders would have to come to us and beg for our forgiveness, and then and only then would we allow trade again. This turned their great village into a poverty-stricken area, and many of their own people deserted, deciding to be refugees. However, others decided to take matters in their own hands, claws, talons, or scales for that matter. It was another 5 weeks after their traders had showed up that another group had showed up with one single cart with 3 of their own. They came up to the gate and asked for the leadership of the village. Of course, I went out with the rest of the council. When they pulled back the blanket, as we told them we would not trade with them, they simply exposed what was underneath the sheet and said, well, how about now? The heads of their leaders were there in the cart, with the eyes still rolled back in their head as they had clearly died slowly. There were many bruises and lacerations on the heads before the heads had been removed. One of my colleagues asked them, now who's in charge? They looked at us and said, we are the new council. Just as you have a council, we have a council as well. I looked at them, and the rest of our council members gave a grin and a nod. We shook their hands, and peace had come back to us. We did not have to worry about any sort of battle between any of us. We already had enough problems because the fucking trolls were back. This we would find out only a day later. Apparently the smell of severed heads had drawn them back in, and one of the villages down from us, down to the southwest, had been assaulted by the trolls. They sent up their signal, a simple fire that was only to be lit if they were in trouble. The reason only to be lit then is because the entire tower would catch on fire. It could be seen by every single village. However, the tower itself would crumble after it was burned, and they would have to rebuild it again. We sent our warriors. I led from the front, as we had now fashioned metal weapons and shields, a few chest protectors, and a couple of helmets that we could possibly get, and we made best speed over. We saw the trolls still ripping into their main building. It was made of stone, and we made sure they had the right type of mortar, but they did not have a manufactured building like we had. We came at the trolls making as much noise as possible to try and get their attention away from the ones we could hear screaming inside. The trolls were having a hard time reaching in and grabbing their dinner, as the village had backed up and pointed spears out, so every time the trolls reached down, they got spiked in the hand. It wasn't much more than basically a strong pinprick, but I'll tell you, it slowed them down just enough. The trolls turned towards us. Thankfully, there was only 2 of them. They started walking towards us, and I was able to raise my sword just in time to see something go flying past over my head. I turned around and realized that one of the other villages had built a ballista, a fucking Roman scorpion, but a lot bigger. How the hell they got it there so fast, I didn't realize until I saw who had carried it. Their biggest, their brawniest, and their strongest had run through and were right now breathing heavy on the ground as they were trying not to vomit from their overexertion. Others had drawn it back and fired. Thankfully, it had struck one of the trolls. It was more of a glancing blow than anything, but it had caught it in the ribs. The first troll that was not hit stopped and looked at his compatriot that screamed in agony, and then looked at us in actual fear as it realized that we could do major damage. The second troll reached down, grabbed the ballista head, and pulled it out, but apparently it had been barbed and caused a lot more problems on the way out than it did on the way in. We saw blood begin to spray far out, probably 15 to 20 feet before the ballista bolt was landed on the ground. We could hear in the background, as we raised our shields for the incoming attack, the clink, 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 clink of the ballista being reloaded as fast as possible. This was obviously well rehearsed by them, and we were grateful for it. As the troll that wasn't hit decided to make its run, we charged at it, trying to keep it as far away from the ballista as possible, as we knew it was our best weapon. I remember going up and swinging my sword, catching it in the leg, and fortunately, as soon as I swung, it bounced off. Apparently, troll hides are really tough. However, they're more susceptible to piercing weapons, and any type of pike that was hit on it pierced into the skin. Many of them were smart, and when the pike entered, they twisted for maximum painful effect. It wasn't going to cause the troll to bleed out, but it sure was going to make it hurt like hell. The troll ended up dropping to its knees and started to swing at us. I saw many of my brethren get swatted to the side and thrown at good 30 or 40 feet, either into the bushes or into the trees. Unfortunately, you would hear the occasional sickening crunch as the body struck a rock or a tree, and you knew that bones had just shattered inside. Looking at the troll that was leaning over, swatting at everybody, the one that had caught the ballista bolt to the side was still holding its side with one hand. As it went up, it grabbed its buddy and it retreated. You could see that it was trying just to get away, and I was actually amazed, too amazed to say anything, as thankfully one of the others actually started yelling, pull back, hold fire, hold fire." I looked back, and one of the others was waving both hands at the ballistas. They had brought a second one in, and apparently the one that had been hit before realized that they were outmatched now, and they ran back. We screamed, "Yes, we won, we won, we won! Oh crap, what about our wounded?" We ran over to all of them, and unfortunately, it was bad. It was really bad. The actual strike from the hand, being that was made from flesh, did not cause a lot of damage, as those that had been hit by it and just flung off to the side and rolled over were in a lot of pain, but nothing was broken. Possible concussions, but nothing severe. No internal damage. The ones, however, that had come to a very violent stop were not so well off. Many were bleeding out as their ribs had broken and gone into their lungs. They coughed up fluid, and unfortunately I may have knowledge in quick field medicine, basically trauma medicine, but there's only much I can do with the limited amount of supplies we had. We only had one medical bag out of all of us. Nobody had thought to bring another, which would not be a mistake. That happened again. However, the ones I could save, I did what I could. We had a few people who knew how to sew, which was wonderful. But having to set bones in the field is not something you want to remember. The sickening crunch is almost as bad as when you hear them land on the tree or the rock or whatever had messed them up. I had lost another one of my friends today. Georgie. He was just a little thing. He was barely bigger than a goblin himself, but he was young. He was a teenager, basically. He wasn't one of ours, but he was a friend, one I knew from one of the other villages. He made the run over and ran in with a spear. I found his spear. It was covered in troll blood, but unfortunately, we brought back our wounded and our dead. We're still human, that we don't leave our people behind no matter what. And those left behind need to be able to grieve as well. We looked around and realized that we had just all spilled blood together. The one village that had been attacked was broken down for what resources it could, and then broke apart to the other villages. The different clans splitting across the different villages, now down to 6. They swore they would come back and rebuild, but from what I could see, there wasn't much to rebuild at all. The stone foundation held, which was the only reason they were still in one piece. However, every single other building was gone. The wall was smashed. The wall was covered in spikes that were covered in blood, but then I thought to myself, wait a moment. I asked the ones next to me, do you remember seeing another one, because the spikes were covered in blood? And those trolls didn't have wounds on them that I could see. That is when one of the others that were at that village told us that, yes, there was 4 originally, but some had decided to run through the wall and got injured, so they ran off. I started to wonder if these trolls were just giant goblins as they would run away. But since we had all fought alongside each other, there was absolutely no question anymore if there was going to be peace in the valley. We looked at each other, and it was actually an understood treaty, though we didn't have anything to sign. Our new refugees into my village settled in very easily. Although a little shook up, they were fine. They just had to get over the trauma of what had happened before. It was decided that since the trolls had to come from somewhere, we would reach out and find out where the hell they were coming from. So small groups of no bigger than 5 were decided on, myself included. We're going to go out and find out where these bastards were coming from. They had to come from somewhere. If we could either hunt them down or block them out, maybe it would happen. But we had just got peace to the valley, and we couldn't afford to lose another village. Each one was extremely important to maintaining the rest. So it was decided we would go out and search. And the search itself brought in some amazing results. As it turns out, the valley was not as restricted as we thought. There were ways through. There were ways out of this valley. We just didn't see them. We didn't know them. It wasn't caves that we originally found. It turned out to be tunnels. Long man-made tunnels. We had just not known about this because none of us had worked here. I had found one of our own with, of course, my group. And we looked across and we could see that there was a couple of those military vehicles on the outside that were just knocked over. We looked close and realized that one of them had been torn asunder. This larger truck had actually been pushed over by something. We could see that the driver's side door, which was facing up, had a massive dent in it. We tried to open it up and absolutely nothing. It was jammed. However, the back of it was covered by a tan canvas, which looked like it had been clawed to pieces. It didn't take long for us to find a whole bunch of blood inside. But this time, what we found around there was a lot of spent shell casings. The brass was everywhere. It looked like they were trying to fight something. However, looking around, we couldn't find any parts, though after this long, we didn't expect to find any. Though inside the back of the vehicle, again, we did find bloodstains everywhere. It was also with that Humvee that was over there. However, this one was the type that was hard around the top. It was armored up on top. And it was more, well, crunched. It's like something went and stepped on it. When we looked inside, we were actually disgusted. We did find bones. What was left of somebody had been crushed inside behind the driver. It was actually enough to make one of our party vomit all over the place. However, we did end up looking down the tunnel. Though we didn't have any firearms anymore, we were able to scavenge a few extra rounds out of what was there. Reaching inside the man's old gear and pulling out the magazines, which were still fully loaded, was a troubling experience, to say the least. Though when we got back, we still had the weapons. Now we actually had something to launch out of said weapons. Until then, we had a tunnel to explore. Looking down, we had to make some torches, as most of our flashlights had run out of power a long time ago. We started walking in, and it didn't take long for us to realize that the tunnel was really, really long. We couldn't exactly see the other side of it. You would think you would see some sort of daylight. We got to what we figured was the center of the mountain, and we came up across an actual blast door, another one. But this was not the same type. This was the type of blast door that came in from the side instead of swinging open like a door. We looked over to see if there was any type of control panel, and sure there was, and the damn thing lit up. How could this thing still have power? We started hitting a couple of the buttons to try and get it to open, and the mechanism began to work. However, as soon as the mechanism started to open, we looked over and it started to close again. There was a huge ka-chunk as it tried to hold itself. It only opened for a few feet and then started closing again. I could hear one of my compatriots yell over, "What the fuck?" We asked what was wrong. He said, "Override. This thing says override on it." What do you mean override? Who's overriding what? What's going on here? We tried it again, and sure enough, the door would begin to open, and then it would close, saying override again and again. We tried this at least a half a dozen times, and yet it would always override. The thing is, we would wait a certain amount of time in between and then just randomly hit the buttons. What made this interesting is it wouldn't stop at a certain point and then hit the override. It was always something different. It was almost as though there was someone controlling it, yet they didn't have the ability to shut off the console that was next to us. We started looking around to find if there was any type of manual we could use. It didn't take us long to find the panel, and sure enough, there was a manual cutoff switch. It not only cut the power, but if we looked in behind it, there was a crank. It hooked up very, very similar to that of the type of jack you would use to punch up a car. So we started getting going, and sure enough, the door began to open. We were filled with excitement as we didn't realize that maybe we could get everybody through this and maybe lock the door behind us. We wouldn't have to worry about the damn trolls anymore. We wouldn't have to worry about the dragons. We wouldn't have to worry about all sorts of God knows what that's rolling around these woods that we have to either kill off to eat or just kill just so we don't die. So we started getting 2-3 of us on the crank at the same time, and all of a sudden we heard something drop behind us. We turned and looked, and I know from a moment what it was. I remember from the video games. I reached up and tried to cover my ears as fast as I could, and then the massive boom happened. The flash as well made it difficult to see, but I had closed my eyes in time so it didn't happen as bad. And then the door began to shut again. We looked over. Sure enough, it said override again. Something was going on. We couldn't figure out what was going on at all. We started asking what we should do. However, most of us couldn't hear for a couple of minutes. Then we heard something we really didn't want to hear. We heard the sound of crawling and scritching again. We know exactly what that means, and we don't want to be in an enclosed area when those things show up. So we immediately packed everything up, marked it on the map, grabbed whatever we could, and got the hell out of there. We made it out in time, and we looked back, and we could see several of those creatures coming out of the vents, and they began to swirl around the end of the tunnel. However, they did not seem to want to come into the sun. A few of them poked out into the sun and stayed there for a few seconds. They didn't seem to really be in pain, but they really did not like the sunlight for some reason. Then we heard something else we really didn't want to hear. The footsteps of trolls. The trolls were coming. I know they eat these things. And we all looked at each other, and we didn't have to say anything. We knew we had to go as fast as we could, running through the woods, and we'd eventually get back to our village before nightfall if we ran the whole way. Getting inside, we fell over, fully exhausted, and had to wait a few minutes before we could tell everybody what was going on. All of it stood to reason, of course, all the different things we had seen and come across, with the exception of the fact that one of our members said, "Dude, how the hell did you get hit by a flashbang?" We all looked at him, and I realized that's what that was. The thing that exploded inside the tunnel. The thing that made our ears ring even now. Yeah. How did that happen? we went to the other villages and we got as many people together as possible. And we were going to find out what in the hell is truly going on. Before we could go and explore the tunnel that we had been forcibly removed from, we had to talk with the other villages and the other village chiefs to find out what they had found during their excursions. And the results were interesting. As it turns out that there were many of these tunnels scattered around, some only about the size of a person, others so big you could swear a semi-truck wouldn't have any problems coming through. However, they were all separated almost evenly around us. We couldn't figure out why, and we didn't realize this till we plotted it down on our maps. And it was pretty obvious that for some reason there were tunnels, not only the ones under our feet, but the ones through the mountainsides. Thankfully, we had also found other trails that could get us out of this valley. Though it was a large valley and we could produce enough food to survive here, survival is not always thriving. So we had to find out what in the hell was going on so that we could keep our people safe. This would take about a week's worth of deliberation and another week to gather everyone up along with the resources themselves to make sure that we could take one of these tunnels. The tunnel that we decided on was not the one that we had previously gone down, as it was covered in those whatever creepy crawlies those were. Damn things were about as big as my torso, and I'd rather not play with those again. Another one was housing some of those spiders. It was one of the much, much larger tunnels. However, the largest one found, we really didn't want to go near, as the signs of trolls were everywhere. Footprints and very large piles of scat littered the ground. It looked as though they went on a certain pattern as they went out and went on a weird patrol. Surprisingly, they didn't bother us so much. However, we did realize that it was a bad idea to screw with them. However, that was not what truly put the brakes on everything. It was the fact that Village 4, one that was not us, we were Village 2, but Village 4 was being attacked by goblins, a lot of them. And it turned out that goblins in a horde are very difficult to stop. So they lit their signal fire and we hurried as fast as we could to get to them. Thankfully, they were able to hold on to their walls and were not fully breached. However, the goblins were not exactly stupid. They had started bringing battering ram to try and break through the doors. However, their small bodies limited the amount of pressure they could put behind it. It was clear they had not domesticated any animals either, as they only had what they could do pushing this battering ram through. The battering ram itself was a very, very simplistic design, only wheels underneath and a giant log sharpened to a point to try and break through the doors. We rushed in, and it wasn't hard to dispatch the goblins themselves. It was just that there were so many of them. And when they grabbed you, they started clawing at you. But it was strange, as they didn't actually claw at you seemingly to hurt you or to kill you. They clawed at your clothing to rip it off. This creeped us the hell out, but thankfully a few of us had firearms and we could pick off a few of them as they tried to make their way towards us. This would scatter the majority of goblins, but then they would swing around and start attacking from all angles. Unfortunately for them, we had already started to fashion ourselves not only armor, but shields, swords, spears, and anything else. One of the villages was able to create crossbows, and thankfully this is what had turned out to hold the goblin horde back. And as the goblin horde retreated, it was decided that we would not fall prey to them again, and we followed the horde. We tracked them the whole way, which wasn't difficult as they were not trying to hide any of the tracks that they were going through the bush with. In fact, a blind man could have followed them, and I'm saying that quite literally, as they broke every branch, left all sorts of trails, and left piles of shit everywhere as they ran. Didn't even seem like they stopped, as they would just leave it as a long trail. As we found them inside a different cave, not a tunnel, but an actual cave inside the mountain, we pondered what we could do. we didn't have enough explosions to bring the cave down except for our one rocket, which was being held off specifically for trolls, knowing that it was a device that could work on them and work very well. And as we watched, we realized they weren't as dumb as we thought. Their sentries had noticed us, and they came out in a large pack again. We fought them as best we could, but we had to start pulling back. I remember Bill screaming as another one of these things grabbed his tail and tried to pull him down. I swear I'm glad I don't have a tail, because that looks like it hurts. He just simply whipped it around and started bashing him, using the goblin that was holding on as a club, which was kind of funny, but at the time I didn't have time to laugh. Goblins were still coming at us, and we tightened our perimeter as close as we could, back to back with each other as we made our way out. Every goblin that came in would be either sliced, pierced, or eviscerated in some way, shape, or form. The goblins themselves were fairly weak, as if they jumped up and smacked into our shields, we could hear bones crack. Thankfully, this gave us the opening we needed, and on a signal, we all bolted as fast as we could. Goblins may be nasty in a group, but they're small, and they're not fast. When we got back to the village, we found out who was casualties and who wasn't, and we started to put two and two together and realized that we had to take care of the goblin horde. However, it wasn't until later on, as we were talking, we couldn't figure out why the goblins had reproduced so fast. And then we looked at the map, and I could have kicked myself at that moment. The trolls. The trolls were eating the damn goblins. If we looked at the main trail went down and past that cave, but apparently it didn't get close enough that the trolls realized the goblins were there. Then again, leaving such a large trail of goblin bodies, maybe if the trolls showed up, they'd be able to fight them. Then again, we didn't know, and we couldn't trust the trolls to do what we wanted to either. If they couldn't get enough to eat via those giant bugs or the goblins, they came after us, though we fought back a whole lot better. So, the council convened, and we decided what to do. As we couldn't see any reason to keep them around, as they did not really increase any productivity in the biome. In fact, they stole many of our crops and were only just food for the trolls, and if the trolls starved off, it wouldn't be no hair off our ass. As if any of us had any body hair anymore. It was decided that we would exterminate them. This would be achieved by finding the extra parts of the tunnel, as we realized that they must have other entrances, or else they wouldn't be able to get around to behind us the way they were. And then block them off, and then burn them out. A simple idea. We had enough combustible materials, enough, pig fat, rendered pig fat, that we could just set that on fire and make a type of Molotov cocktail and just throw down the cave. Of course, we'd want to get in the cave as far as possible before that. The cave itself was a solid hunk of rock, so trying to collapse it wasn't going to be an ideal situation. This would take some time. As we got everything ready, several groups would go out and search for the other caves, and we found that there was a dozen more. This made things a little bit more difficult, as we would have to disassemble our forces and break them apart, separate them to each portion so that when the goblins ran, we'd have someone there to stop them. Even if one left, we didn't know if only one could survive and reproduce asexually or what. We didn't know, we didn't really care. We just knew we had to stop them. It was decided on where we would be and what day, and we left that morning. It was approximately 2 weeks after our discovery of the tunnel with the blast door that we ended up at the front of the Goblin's tunnel. Each of us would be ready. As we went inside, a total of half a dozen went in. I took point, as I had just a few rounds of ammunition left, and I had enough light in the one flashlight we had functioning to lead the way. Going down the tunnel was beyond eerie. Nothing moved. The sound of running water in the distance But that was about it. And down into the tunnel we went. Further down, trying not to slip on the amount of goblin shit that was on the ground. We could smell them all over. And then we started to see something off in the distance. I clicked off my flashlight and I motioned for everybody to get close. Everybody reached out, one hand on each other, one hand on their weapons, as we went closer and closer to the light we saw. As we went in, we saw a large room. Inside that large room was something that still gives me nightmares to this day. There was goblin females. We didn't realize that they were actually goblin females. We only understood the goblin males. But what we didn't know was what we saw there. Inside the large room that smelled so bad and was so full of ammonia and all other chemicals that it burned our eyes as we looked around the corner. Dozens of goblin females were on the ground, many of them cradling children. Others were being held down and forcibly assaulted by the goblin males. Those that had children, the goblin males were fighting at them, lashing at them even, trying to pull the young ones away. One or two of the males would jump on the females, pull the child away, and what the male did with the child, I don't even want to say it. After that, when they were done, if the child even survived, they would simply go to the female and start forcing themselves on her. It wasn't until we got a much closer look as one of the young ones that was assaulted to death was thrown our way. We saw it as it came out of the little bit of clothing that it had. The slight cloth opened up, and we saw that it was a female. We started looking even closer, and we realized that all the goblins, the young ones, were female. We didn't understand this. We kept looking and started whispering to each other, trying to figure out what was going on. And then we heard something large moving around. It was a very, very large goblin, almost tantamount to some sort of cave troll. Thing must have stood 8 feet tall and was clearly female. Was clearly pregnant. Yet it seemed to just squat down and almost shit out another goblin. Looking close, we could see that this goblin was male. This didn't make sense. Something was screwed up in their genetics. Something was just off. We couldn't figure out what it was. But the plan was put on hold until we talked to the rest. We rushed out of the cave as fast as we could, and it was immediately decided that we would do what we can to save the females and find out what in the hell was going on. And we suddenly realized why the other goblin males were tearing at us the way they were. They weren't trying to kill us. They were trying to breed. Ugh. The thought was enough to send chills down all of our spines, especially those of us who had actually been grabbed and groped and ripped at by these things. Bill himself wrapped his tail up around his leg and just held himself and shivered. I could understand he was a little off, as he would the first one that they almost took. With a slight alteration to the plan, we went down the tunnel with even more personnel, the best fighters we had to offer. We went down with smaller weapons. My firearm wouldn't do much help, especially since I only had about 7 rounds left. However, one target was in mind. The big one. I had to make sure that thing did not get loose. As we got to the edge of the lit area, the torches themselves seemed to be being restocked by other goblins. And as we made our way down the tunnel, one of them jumped out and immediately got a knife to the eyeball for this trouble. It only flinched for a moment and then went limp. Tossing it to the side, we moved down and saw that these things, they were still at it. Even if the small females were heavily pregnant, they were still being assaulted. Some of them trying to huddle themselves into a corner for protection. And yet you could still hear that god-awful laugh of theirs. It was enough to drive anyone to sheer and utter rage. With that, we signaled back to the group, and we got the countdown, 3, 2, 1, and we went in, raging all sorts of hell. The goblins were thankfully taken by surprise. They may be great ambush predators, but they do not like it when you come at them, especially since we just towered over them, doubling their size at least, coming at them with blades and bows as best we could. We started slashing at all the males as much as we could, slicing their heads clean off, picking them up, tossing them into a wall, hearing the sickening crunch as their skulls crushed against it. I remember distinctly butt-stroking one in the face, and as it writhed in pain, I brought my foot down, smashing its skull against the granite underneath. We went at them with sheer, unadulterated rage, and as some of the goblins tried to run down the tunnels, the others from the other group came down, and they were suddenly facing not just some blue-skinned, skinny creature like me. No. They were facing the wrath of things like ogres and other demons like that, and they were more than a little pissed off. They went for every single one of these goblins, and we just started screaming, kill them all! And every single person went down that tunnel, started going into a blood-filled rage as they would pick up goblins, tear them clean in half, smash them against the walls, almost juggling them as they began to punch and swing and kick as each of the goblins grabbed any type of weapon implement and came at us. Some just came at us with their strange claw-like hand and began to slash. I took one right across the leg, then I turned and backhanded the goblin into someone else. The red-haired demon one, not Bill, but his friend, picked up that goblin by the back of the head. And as he did, he stuck his clawed hands in between the goblin's eyes. The goblin thrashed in pain, and he actually twisted his hands hard, and the goblin's skull cracked in his hand. And then he just dropped it like the sack of shit it was. The battle itself only lasted a few minutes. But then we heard it. The big one was coming. And the big one was not alone. As it turned out, there was some sort of subclass of goblins that was there. The ones that were protecting her were about 6 feet tall, maybe a little less. Very broad, but they were still clearly goblins and not trolls. However, they were much bigger, not very fit, and seemingly emaciated. They still came at us, many of them running on all fours as they ran at us, screaming as the female just raised her hand and roared at us. I looked up and I realized this was my chance. I raised my rifle, flipped off the safety, got a bead on her, and just began to fire one round after another right into that bitch's head. She flinched her head back as I still remember putting round after round into her eyes, into her forehead, into her neck, until ka-chunk, I'm out. That was when one of the larger ones came up and swatted me off to the side. I could have swore I had a concussion that moment, but I slid off to the side and got myself back on my feet just to look over as Bill, in his unadulterated rage, had actually stuck his tail into this thing's neck and pulled it back out, climbing off its back as the goblin fell to its knees, bleeding out, and then splatted on the ground. We looked at the carnage around us, and many were almost elated at the idea that they had come in and just killed as many as possible. Then we looked in the corners. The goblin females were scared, some of them still clutching their young, just shaking in fear at the sheer carnage and melee that had just happened around them. I didn't have to say anything, as we all knew that we needed to protect the young. That's something that is still in us. We're still human enough for that. I sling my weapon across my back, and I began to collect any type of metal that they had, as we could repurpose it later. A few of the women went over to help out the goblin females, which seemed to calm them a little bit. We offered them what little food we had so that they would relax a little bit, and we led them out of the cave. They didn't care much for sunlight, as their eyes had adapted to be inside that cave with limited light sources, such as torches. However, it didn't take long that they were no longer covering their eyes. One of the small goblins actually came and grabbed onto my leg and seemed to be in fear as the little one gripped onto my calf. I looked down as it looked up to me, and I could clearly see that it was scared, but it looked to me for protection. I couldn't reach down and tap it on the head as I wanted to, as my hand was on my leg trying to stop the bleeding. I was worried that I might have a bacterial infection, so we did what we could as soon as we got back to the closest village. The goblin females were given a small area, and unfortunately, they really couldn't talk. Their language was a strange sort of grunting that we couldn't understand, but apparently each of them could. However, within just a few days, they began to try and speak in standard English, which was a nice change of pace. When they finally started to understand, we offered them an area where they could build for themselves. We would help them build the wall and rebuild the main house, but after that it was theirs. It was Village 7, the one that had been taken down by the trolls. They happily agreed to this once they fully understood what we were talking about. A home of their own. However, we began to wonder if this might be a mistake. Do we still want goblins to be around? But we're not around here trying to slaughter women and children. But are we inhuman enough to take them out if they have to? We didn't worry about that. As for the next few weeks, we rebuilt the walls, rebuilt the tower, and the main facility. We showed them how to build, how to construct, and how to gather resources. It wasn't long until they had their own village. We told them that they would have to protect. We showed them how to light the fire if they needed us if the trolls ever attacked. However, this was their village now. And we kept them and village number 7 for one reason and one reason only. It was the farthest one away. So for some reason, we had to come back. Or if they decided to start raiding other villages, they would have a long way to go. It wouldn't be worth them to burn all that energy to try and raid one of the other villages. However, we would still be interested to see what type of commerce would come from them. But once they were settled, we had another issue. We had to get back to figuring out which tunnel we were going to open. Now that we didn't have a cave to clear, we had to focus on which one, and it was decided that there was the largest one that we would go into. Not the one that I had found earlier, but a separate one. This separate one would be able to hold all of us, all of those who wanted to be there when the doors were opened. And then we could simply pass the knowledge to everyone. We would also have strength in numbers, which was important. Reaching the tunnel, we realized that it had an extremely similar setup to what we had seen before. So it was easy to find the manual override, and of course, we got to it. Starting to crank away, we realized it was actually 2 cranks. One right next to the other, well, about 2 feet away, of course. But this allowed each of us to work. As one crank would go down, the other one would go up, and back and forth we went. This moved the blast doors much faster than before, and it wasn't long until we could see what was on the other side. And what was on the other side surprised us. Before we even had a chance to even understand what was going on, somebody started screaming. They were on the ground flinching as I turned to look at them. Next thing I know, nets were flying out from the other side of the wall. What the hell was going on? Suddenly I was hit by something and I was being shocked. Down to a knee I went as I screamed in pain. What the hell? I looked down and there's prongs sticking out of me. Looking forward, I realized that somebody is holding a taser. Reaching up, I grabbed the prongs and ripped them out, which hurt like hell, but not as bad as the actual shocking. I reached over, grabbed a couple of the wires, and yanked them as hard as I could, ripping at least one of the prongs out, which means the current was no longer going through the wires. Our people began to get up, and we saw what was coming at us. Men in all sorts of tactical gear were beginning to take the area. They surrounded us with weapons drawn, and we just had to stop and wait. They had us outnumbered, outflanked, and severely outgunned. Only one crossbow was able to be fired in time, which did catch one of these men dressed in black. However, it was not a mortal wound. He seemed to be more pissed off that he was actually hit. They were speaking standard English. So I started asking questions, and so did the rest of them. What the hell's going on? Why are you doing this? Tell us what's going on. Before we knew what was going on, all of us were bagged and tagged, put on prusik cuffs, and dragged beyond the blast door. It didn't matter, man, woman, old, young, they were all taken, and inside we went. Not too long later, I was sitting in a chair as somebody pulled the bag from over my head. I was in some sort of interrogation room. The walls were straight out of a movie, with obviously the big one-way mirror. I looked around, and the one who had pulled the bag off my head was a security guard, and across the table from me was someone in a suit. A fucking suit? How is this possible? We've been living off the land for how long now? This guy's in a suit? We're in some sort of modern facility? Somebody want to tell me what the hell is going on? It wasn't long until the man spoke. He began to ask me all sorts of questions, which I honestly did not want to answer. I still remember one of our number, who was being bagged at the time, started screaming, "Don't say anything, don't say anything." I'm pretty sure I heard a crunch as he was hit, probably knocked out. However, I started asking this person in a suit, "What do you want with us, and where the hell am I?" and a course of other questions along with a bunch of expletives. The security guard came up and butt-stroked me on the side of the head. It hurt, but I expected it to hurt a whole lot worse than it did. The one in the suit began to ask me the same questions again in a robotic fashion. I looked over and told him, in no uncertain terms, to go to hell. It wasn't too much longer after that they decided to hook me up to some strange electrode-looking things and told me that if I did not cooperate, then I would be punished. Well, what can I say? Shocker, I wasn't impressed. It was not long before I could hear other people screaming down the hall. However, there was suddenly a different type of scream. It was a type of roar. I know that sound. I know it very well. He's a friend of mine. I could then hear crashing as I also began to hear an alarm sound saying, "Security breach, security breach," as all the doors began to lock themselves seemingly. The security guard ran to the door and tried to get it open. He couldn't open it up at first until he swiped a security badge. I looked over as the door swung open and he ran out in the hallway, weapon drawn, and the door shut behind him. The doc just looked at me and, still in the robotic fashion, began to ask questions. I laughed. I seriously laughed. You really think that's going to stop him? You guys are dumber than you look. The doctor was not exactly thrilled at that comment and simply asked, "Why do you think that?" Trying to get information out of me, obviously. So I said, "You're stupid because you think, one, bullets are going to stop him. I've seen that guy tank a ballista shot. It got through his skin, but it wouldn't actually pierce through the bones. His bones are actually more dense than those trolls. What do you know about our trolls? Your trolls?" That's when the doctor realized that he had given up just a little bit of information. He didn't want to give up information. But guess what? I wanted all the info. Just then, the doctor reached up and zapped me a little bit. At least he thought it hurt. I looked at him and laughed. And then he did it again. Guess what, dude? That itches. And it just tickles a little bit. The one in the suit got up and tried to adjust the electrodes, not realizing that I had undone my prusik cuffs. Just enough that I could get a little bit of movement. I then reached up and snapped one arm free, grabbed him by the neck, slammed his head down on the table. With the other hand, I pulled the electrodes free and then got some leverage and snapped the other prusik cuff. Something was wrong. I shouldn't be able to snap these things. I've seen these things before. Most men can't get out of these. Whatever, I didn't have time to think about it. I reached up and started looking through the man's jacket and actually found what I was looking for, a security badge. The man began to come back to, and then I grabbed his head up and then smashed it again on the metal table. There was an audible crunch, and I didn't know if I killed him or not, but his body slumped to the ground. I ran over to the door, swiped the security badge. The door immediately opened, and I looked out the hallway left and right. I could see the back of a security guard as he looked down the hallway, yelling to a few other people. I ran down as fast as I could, jumped on him, and threw him into the wall. And then I could hear him thrashing around, but it was strange. I could hear bones cracking underneath every time I grabbed him. That doesn't sound right. I went back to my old martial arts training, grabbed his arm and cranked it out, and with unexpected ease, his shoulder came right out of joint. This made him drop his weapon, so I grabbed his weapon, shoved it in his mouth, and blew the back of his head off. Unfortunately, that's when I looked up and realized a few more security personnel were coming my way. All I had time for was to say, "Oh shit." That is when Bill and his other demon-looking buddy came into play. They jumped on the security guards like a pair of amphetamine-soaked circus monkeys and started tearing at them. Bill's clawed hands made short work of the guard, and we immediately grabbed their weapons and ammo and started moving. We went from door to door, trying to find our people and finding one in every single one of the rooms. However, one of the rooms made us immediately pause. How did they get our young ones? Didn't we leave them behind in our village? What are they doing here? We immediately got them and tried to go as fast as we could, and that's when we realized that our young human that we had saved wasn't moving. "Honey, why aren't you coming with us?" As it turned out, she was going a bit catatonic. We actually had to pick her up and carry her out of there. Thankfully, once we put it on our centaur friend's back, she was okay. She just grabbed on around the centaur's waist and took off. They were behind us as we made our way down. More and more of our people were breaking out of the cells themselves, and then as we worked our way down this new facility, we tried to figure out where the hell we were. We followed as many signs as we could down to whatever security station there was. The security agent looked at us with just absolute shock as a bunch of creatures just came through the door and looked at him. I didn't have time to raise my rifle, as somebody else had already put a bullet through his chest, right through the glass. We went to the security station and started opening everything up. We could hear down the hallway some of our own fighting their way out of their own holdings. However, we still had to go free a few of them. We may be strong enough to break the cuffs, but some of them just aren't, especially not the kids. We tried to get as many as possible. However, what it turned out is a lot of these folks began to grab the few men and women who were dressed up very nicely, too nicely for some sort of post-apocalyptic shit. As we began to move, we started drilling them with questions. When they wouldn't answer, one of our cohorts would incentivize them, as the fact that some of us had claws, others had fangs, and you really didn't want a lizardman to bite you. They tended to have a lot of bacteria in the mouth. That was enough to get them to start talking, and what they started saying as we kept looking for our people shocked us to the core. As it turned out, the super rich had decided they wanted to have fun with genetic mutation, something that is common for the super rich throughout history. They always want to play God, and it never seems to work out quite as well as they would hope, not once people realize they've been played. We found out that we were one of a half a dozen different areas where the genetic engineering had been manipulated deliberately. There was no war, there was no EMP, there was no anything else. Things were left behind specifically for us to find. And it suddenly hit me, how in the hell would I have found a newspaper? That's what didn't make sense. It wasn't even yellow like it should be after that long. It wasn't really degraded. It was easy to read. Suddenly I realized that we had been played, and more than a few of our number were beyond pissed off. They looked at themselves and then looked at the doctors or scientists or whatever the hell they were and started asking, why did you do this to us? What the hell do we do to you? They started explaining that the super rich had wanted their own fantasy worlds to work in. However, they didn't have the ability to make automatons from scratch. It was a whole lot easier and cost effective just to alter people. People were judged on their psychological reading to find out what would be best suited for them. However, this was not always the case. One of the items that got changed that people just didn't understand is that when you adjust one side, there's an equal and opposite reaction to the other. We found out this is why we were able to break out of our restraints so easily, is the fact that even though they made our bodies thinner and more dainty, it was pretty clear that we had enhanced strength in compared to a normal human. So, in that case, I grabbed one of them and I wanted to test that theory. I grabbed the man by his collar and I was able to lift him up one-handed. This man must have weighed 220 pounds if he weighed an ounce, and yet I'm raising him one-handed without much problem. It never occurred to me that we had been moving larger pieces of equipment, larger pieces of wood, and doing a lot of manual labor that should have put us in almost a coma with overexertion. But here we were, now more than human. Tossing him off to the side, Bill actually grabbed a hold of him, flashed his claws, and said, "Tell me something. Is that why I look like this? I was the man's man, now I look like some chick. What the hell is going on?" Through whimpers, the man and the woman next to him explained that to justify the cost, they would have to make some sort of recreation for the super rich. When we realized this, we looked at each other, finally sat back and looked at each other and realized that was why the genetic abnormalities. Why was it that all the trolls seemed to be male? Why was it that all the goblins were seemingly could only produce females except for the one? Why is it that we all looked slimmer? Why is it we all had a reduced jawline? Why is it I got confused for female a few times, even though, believe me, if I remove my pants, you can tell I'm not a girl. Why is this? Well, the super rich wanted playthings. They wanted to charge people hundreds of thousands just to go in and walk around and interact with us. How they were going to do this? The tunnels. The tunnels were meant to be secret. They didn't expect us to expand all the way out. They expected actually less of us to survive the transformation, and those that did survive were not going to have human forethought. We would be idiots, just smart enough to survive, but not smart enough to be a real threat. Basically, they wanted what the village of female goblins is now. That was their main focus. However, genetic engineering comes with its own X factors, and the X factors turned out to be us. We forced them to answer more questions as we pushed them forward down the hallway to each of the levels so we could get the rest of our people. Not surprisingly, we found other creatures in there. We found a couple of dragons that had been anesthetized. We found a troll that was being dissected. It was all sorts of different things. We even found that they had been monitoring the facilities themselves. They had been watching us. Looking at the cameras, we realized that our facility had a grand total of 2 cameras, and it didn't occur to me that one of them was one of the lamps in the corner that none of us actually got rid of, and the other one was a simple security camera set up in the lobby. These were the only ones that were still functional. And then it occurred to me, that's why they had power to that last one. Somebody felt bad for this young girl that got left behind. We asked about that, and they said at the time when the genetics started to happen, they realized that people were popping out of their pods well before the incubation period was supposed to be done. They couldn't disrupt the experiment, so they ordered everybody to evacuate as fast as they could. They threw up some sort of bullshit story about how the world had gone to shit and how monsters were attacking. However, as people, well, not quite the people, got out of their pods and started rampaging around, this was enough to sell the employees the idea that the world had gone to hell. but they needed to get the employees out as fast as possible before we had become fully conscious. Because if we had, we would have found out what the hell was going on and would never have gone with it. I remember looking to every person as we couldn't figure out why they had insisted on doing this. It was so far beyond screwed up. How in the world were we supposed to survive? I don't know if they could fix it. We asked if they could, and they kind of paused and looked at each other. We knew from that look that whatever changes they had done to us was permanent. In a bid to quell our rage, they begged for us to stop and let them show that we had actually gone beyond that of human, at least physically. Our bodies themselves were now regenerative, far beyond anything the human capability was. Almost all of us were immune to things like cancer. None of us even considered the idea of smoking or drinking again because we were totally clean on that. And yet, that still did not quell the anger as one of our elf friends grabbed a hold of the female. Since they were both girls, she screamed, "You bitch," and clocked the woman so hard that her jaw ripped off her skull. The woman sat there on the ground thrashing as she reached up and realized she couldn't even scream as she was beginning to choke on her own blood. One of the other guys thought he'd be merciful, and he put a bullet through her skull. This motivated the rest of them not to try us at all as we finally got to the central section of this facility. Inside the central section was all sorts of control nodes and things of that nature. However, we looked around to find the central area. We knew that whatever was in the center, whatever controlled it, we had to get our hands on. At that point, we realized that security, since it had been alerted, was finally beginning to show up en masse. However, they underestimated the number of creatures that were now free, as we had released all of them, not just our own people, but those big-ass bugs. Some of those spider folks were free as well. Also, goblins. Lots of goblins, most of which we had to keep away from us. But what made everyone really nervous was that the trolls were now in the large area, the large central section of the facility. 5 different trolls started to thrash around and tear equipment apart. This kept the majority of the security very occupied, and this was our chance. We made our run towards the central section, and we found them. We found the entire staff still in there trying to lock down doors and get any sort of a semblance of order. It was the look on their face that still makes me smile to this day, the look of fear, as all sorts of blue, red, green, and even purple rushed through that door and began to take over the entire area. I grabbed the one who was in the middle, still barking orders to everyone, trying to lock everything down, grabbed him by the throat as I saw him reach for a sidearm. Billy just reached up, grabbed his arm, and twisted it with his claws as he sunk the talons deep into the dude's arm. He screamed in pain, and I pulled him close. "So you're the one in charge?" He started yelling, Yeah, I am, ow, ow, ah. Fine. I looked at the others, I looked at him, and simply just tossed him to the side in the middle of the group. And they began stomping the crap out of him, quite literally at one point, until they ended up crushing his rib cage. We then realized that the young ones were watching. We didn't need them to see this, so we pushed a few outside to make sure they were okay. We went to the rest of the technicians, and we found out the layout of the actual facility. It encompassed this entire mountain range. In fact, the mountain range was somewhat elevated to make room for it, which suddenly made me smile when I realized something. I looked, and there was an actual purge. A purge of all the possible creatures that they had locked up. Immediately went to each of the consoles with all the rest and began flipping a bunch of switches so that the entire facility would not only just open up all its doors, but every single one of the creatures, whether it be a sentient species or some sort of abomination, was now free to loom around, free to go out any tunnel it desired. However, we did hope that it went in the opposite direction. And then we found the reactor. Oh boy. A reactor? Really, guys? That was a bad idea. Ripping the technician away, I looked over to our local authority on electronics and asked her, "So, can you do anything with this?" She just looked at me and smiled and said, "Yep, I can bring this whole place to the ground." I looked at her. "Do it." And she started flipping switches. I didn't know exactly what she was doing, but I looked over the rest of the group and I said, "We got to get out of here." Our group started demanding that the technicians lead them back out to their original valley, and the technicians hesitated for only a moment until they saw the warning signals go up on the screens. The reactor was going to blow, and there was nothing they could do about it since they couldn't get back to their stations. They turned, looked, and led the way. However, they began to run. I heard one of our number scream, "Don't run or we'll shoot you." The technician turned around and said, "We don't run, we don't survive." And they all bolted. I wasn't far behind them as I grabbed my local technician and we both bolted out the door. As the door shut, I beat the hell out of the locking mechanism in an attempt to make sure no one went in and stopped our work. We ran as fast as we could, dodging the occasional projectile as it flew past us. One of our number got clipped in the shoulder. As I grabbed a hold of his tail and tried to pull him off to the side, he screamed, "Ow, that hurts." I said, "What hurts worse, that or the bullet?" He goes, "My tail, asshole." So we picked him up and took him over. Another of our number took a couple rounds to the legs, but being as wide as he was, he barely even missed a stride. It took us less than 3 minutes to actually find the tunnel's entrance. However, it was a long-ass tunnel. The technicians ran up to the vehicles that were stationed there and started yelling for everybody to get on. We climbed on as best we could. A few of us still knew how to drive vehicles, so we grabbed every single vehicle and started clambering onto it, as many as we possibly could. Even a few of the other human technicians that worked there were running for their own safety, and we told them if they wanted to live to get on. They were hesitant at first until we stuck a hand out. They grabbed a hold and we yanked them up top. We held the smaller children down and also the goblins and anything that might get thrown out, and we just hammered the gas. We must have hit 60 miles an hour going down that tunnel. It seemed like the tunnel wasn't going to end. It must be 4 or 5 miles long, and then we could see daylight. Daylight, the salvation we were looking for. We got to the end, and we could actually feel the rumbling underneath the tires. We finally got to the end, and right out into the area where the trolls had been coming out. We know because my vehicle slid on a massive pile of troll shit and almost lost control. Unfortunately, there were no roads, and the vehicles couldn't get us very far. So as far as we could get, we got out of the vehicles and we began to run. We ran back towards the closest village. We started screaming at them to get inside, get inside. And of course they did. Unfortunately, they didn't want to open up the gates for us. But we looked back as our backs were against the walls of the village. We looked to the mountain as the rumbling truly began to shake everything. Most of us lost our balance, myself included. I landed on my ass and looked over as the ground around the mountain seemed to burst up, rippling out as a shockwave went underneath the entirety of the mountain. A few seconds later, the mountain itself began to slump and fall as though it was dropping one floor at a time and then speeding up faster and faster and faster until the mountain itself began to crumble apart and settle down in a huge mound of rubble. And then everything was quiet. We looked around, still catching our breath, looking at the destruction. Those on the wall of the village started screaming, "What the hell just happened?" We had to explain to them what was going on, and they were not happy at the fact that they had been forcibly changed into what they were. Eventually, we got back to our villages. We told the human technicians they could stay with us if they wanted, but they would have to work. Many of them were desk jockeys, so of course this was going to be difficult for them. However, it was less than a day before we headed back towards the pile of rubble. We could hear screams off in the distance. The trolls had survived. Where they were, we didn't know. But the pile of rubble stretched for a long, long way, and we could watch every few hours as another section of that ridgeline began to crumble away almost like Mount Suribachi back in World War II, just fell down. We could see in the side of the mountains that there were still other rooms, other tunnels there into the sides. We looked, and on occasion we would see a single person, human or otherwise, waving for help. We didn't have people who could fly, but we did what we could. As we crossed the rocky area, it was nothing but rubble. You couldn't pass it with a vehicle. It was far too dangerous. And, of course, four-wheel drive could do a lot of things, but it can't traverse boulders like that. We finally got to the other side, and we could see something that we had thought had been gone. Real, honest-to-God cities and towns. We could see the skyline off in the distance. We didn't know what city, and honestly, I don't think any of us cared. We looked, and there was a small town off to our right, and farther off to the left, there was another small town just barely visible. We looked up, and we could see things flying around. We didn't know what they were. I assumed helicopters at that point. And we saw down in one of the villages a pile of not smoke but dust. Pulling out the binoculars I had retrieved, I looked over and realized that one of the trolls had gone through and was now ripping a couple of houses apart, probably looking for food. Those things flying around weren't helicopters. The dragons had woken up and were now going across the entire area. We had no idea how far they would get. We had no idea if we could even bring our people over to these towns. Would we be accepted? I doubt it. Because we may be human enough to accept others. We may be human enough to survive when we were supposed to die. We might be human enough to accept our new changes to whatever in the hell we were now. We may be human enough to fight off any type of danger that came that way. We may be human enough to even make peace with others that are of a completely different species to us. We are human enough to have compassion. We are human enough to care. We are human enough not to take advantage of others. And we are human enough to fight and risk everything for our own. Asking the technicians, where else was this done? They said in 2 other directions there were valleys just like this one. Valleys that were also full of creatures similar to us. This made all of us non-humans smile, as we knew there would be brethren out there of us, and we found out very quickly, within a year, that the only ones we could reproduce with were those of our own kind. There were exceptions, of course, but without refilling the populace, what were we going to do? That is when one of the technicians actually chuckled. Why would you need to do that? You can't die. What? We asked her why in the hell she would say that. She simply stated, well, is it economically feasible that something you just spent a few $1,000,000 creating can just be simply shot and you can't get any more out of it? Of course not. You didn't notice that all of you can regenerate a whole lot faster? When's the last time any of you had a cold? And we thought about it for a moment. This is true. Whatever they had done to us had enhanced a lot of our properties. This left me very flabbergasted. As I was looking off, I heard one of my compatriots simply say, "So, I guess that means we're more than human enough." And seemingly on cue, another section of the mountain fell, but not where we thought it would. Almost 30 degrees off from the center of the valley, another section simply began to crumble. It was like the entire thing was coming down as a house of cards, but there was no explosion underneath. Apparently, the explosion itself had reached and done other things to the facility. The facility must be reaching all over the place. I simply looked, smiled, and said, well, if we're more than human enough, maybe we're more than human enough to go see what the neighbors are like.